Chapter 1271. In front of the distant evil spirit divine realm, several Lord of Heaven evil spirit race experts were patrolling the surroundings, extremely vigilant of the surrounding situation. Ever since the divine spirit race in the evil spirit divine realm was rescued and the development elder was killed, the evil spirit divine realm had never relaxed. Especially at the passageway, there were many guards guarding it. There were several Lord of Heaven outside, and there were also quite a few inside. There were even divine lords guarding it. There were only a few evil spirit divine realm passageways to begin with, so it was not a problem to arrange for a divine lord to guard each passageway. However, the evil spirit race members had to work extremely hard every day to observe the situation around them. This made them complain incessantly, but they could only forcefully continue. As long as the elders did not give the order to relax, they had to be vigilant of their surroundings. If they were discovered not to have done it well, they would definitely be severely punished. Damn it, I wonder when we can end this kind of patrol. It's too tiring to be on such high-intensity patrol all the time. That's right, but there's no other way. We can only continue patrolling. If we let them slip out, we'll be dead. I wonder where those guys are hiding. We've been searching for so long, but we still haven't found them. I suspect that they might have broken through space and escaped. They might not even need to go through the passageway. No matter what, we have to search the entire evil spirit divine realm. Otherwise, we won't let this matter rest. It will take at least a few hundred years to search the entire evil spirit divine realm, right? It might take a few thousand years. The evil spirit divine realm is too big. It's fine to guard the passageway, but it'll be too difficult to search inch by inch. But there's no other way. It shouldn't take that long, but it'll take at least a few decades. After all, the elders have been mobilized and they're very fast. All of them felt very dissatisfied, but they could only carry out the order. If they wanted to completely end it, they had to search the entire evil spirit divine realm and prove that they had broken through space to escape. However, breaking through the passageway alone required a very strong power or a star beast. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to ignore the passageway and break through the divine realm space. However, star beasts were not omnipotent. They could not travel through any divine realm. For example, it was very difficult to pass through the evil spirit God domain. One needed a very strong cultivation to make it possible. If it was really related to the divine beasts of the starry sky, they could find traces of it through exploration. These scars would not disappear so quickly. It would take a long time for them to recover. The star divine beasts had dug a tunnel in the void. Even if this passage was filled up, there would still be traces left behind. Therefore, if they found out that a divine beast of the starry sky had been here, their search would basically be over. If there weren't any, he would continue searching until he was completely gone. Under such circumstances, how could they not go crazy? Wait, something's wrong. At this moment, they immediately sensed that a figure had appeared in front of them. When they saw it clearly, they realized that it was a human flying towards them. He's a human cultivator. How dare he fly over? They frowned and flew out, shouting at Tianyan, "Cultivator, if you don't want to die, get out of here. Don't come any closer." They couldn't be bothered. After all, the most important thing right now was to guard the entrance, not to kill the passing cultivators. He would be punished if he left without permission. However, no matter how they shouted, the human cultivator slowly flew over, getting closer and closer. Is this kid really not afraid of death? Or is he someone's slave? The guard frowned. Who cares whose slave he is? If he continues to come closer, we'll capture him. Another guard said. Following that, the cultivator finally flew in front of them. Without saying a word, they immediately surrounded him, wanting to capture this cultivator. When they got close, a cold light that resembled a galaxy swept in all directions, cutting them in half at the waist. They were instantly killed. This power. When the other guard saw this, they They immediately crushed the communication jade pendants in their hands so that they could send reinforcements over. The cultivator walked over unhurriedly and said with a smile, "That's right. Hurry up and call people over. I want to see how many experts will come." Such an arrogant cultivator was none other than Tianyin. He did not teleport in or change into an evil spirit puppet to sneak in. Instead, he charged in openly. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to kill as many as he came. He wanted to accumulate experience and see how many experts there were in the evil spirit celestial realm. He wanted to make a comprehensive judgment on whether the true, strongest expert could suppress him. If they were too weak, then he did not mind destroying the evil spirit celestial realm right now. "You, who exactly are you?" "This is the evil spirit celestial realm." They emphasized where this place was. Even a third-grade God realm expert would not dare to provoke the evil spirit celestial realm. Therefore, they had to emphasize more so that the other party would not act recklessly. "I'm looking for your evil spirit celestial realm." Tianyin sneered. He held the Starlight Divine spear tightly in his hand and turned into a red light that shot towards them, passing through them. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something. In the next moment, they turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared into the void. What happened? A divine Lord expert flew over from the front. He sensed the crushed jade pendant and immediately rushed over to help. Just as he wanted to see what had happened, a figure had already arrived in front of him. Before he could react, he felt a chill in his chest. Only then did he see Tianyin's figure. By the time he wanted to resist, it was already too late. The Starlight Divine spear that pierced through his chest released a ray of light and killed the evil Spirit Divine Lord with a single strike. The evil Spirit Divine Lord had just found out that there was an intruder, but he had already been killed. He was not even comparable to cannon fodder. With the support of the evil spirit race's killer, the defense of these evil spirit race is too weak. I can break them in one move. Tianyin felt extremely comfortable. He could casually add 15 times the damage, so how could he not feel good? A second or third level divine Lord could be killed in an instant with a single spear strike. It was as easy as drinking water. "General, the general is dead. The general is dead." When the guards at the end of the passageway saw that their general had died, they all screamed and screamed. They all crushed their emergency jade pendants and called for reinforcements from all directions. Quickly close the passageway. Don't let him in." At the same time, they quickly closed the passageway, not wanting Tianyin to come in. However, the speed at which they closed the passageway was too slow. In the blink of an eye, Tianyin had already arrived in front of them. "What's wrong? You don't welcome guests." Tianyin said with a smile, looking so kind. Chapter 1272. Tianyin's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them. He swung his spear and stabbed fiercely, instantly killing the guards with 2 shots. At the same time, the passageway behind him had already started to close rapidly. But to him, it was already meaningless. What was the use of closing it when people had already come in? Since these spatial passageways could be opened, they could definitely be closed to prevent outsiders from invading. After closing, it would not be an easy task to dig through, even for Tianyin. If it was closed, other than using teleportation divine stones to enter, he could only enter from other passageways. If all the passageways were closed, he could only give up on forcefully opening a passageway. His cultivation was too low. If he wanted to break through this passageway, he needed very strong spatial power. Otherwise, if he wanted to break through in his current situation, he would not be able to open it without hundreds or thousands of years. This time was too long. He would not break through the passageway. Unless his cultivation was heaven-defying, then the passageway could be easily opened. This cultivation needed to be at least at the Divine Lord level. Divine Lords already had a deeper understanding of controlling the power of heavenly Tao. The speed of opening would naturally be greatly improved. but it would still take a long time to open it. He had sufficient power now, but his realm was not enough. His attainment in the power of heavenly Tao was still relatively shallow. He was purely strong in terms of explosive power. The gap in realm was still difficult to make up for. If he had divine Lord cultivation in the future, he could easily kill a heavenly venerable. But in some aspects he was still far inferior to a heavenly venerable. This gap was the power of a heavenly venerable. The power of a heavenly venerable had a miraculous effect when suppressing the power of heavenly Tao. Hence, realm was very important, but power was even more important. As long as he had enough power, even if his power was suppressed, he could still blow up his opponent with one punch. Another 2 down. Yi Tianyin did not stop. He continued to rush towards the guards in front of him, not allowing them to escape. He killed them instantly. After killing the guards around the passageway, he flew straight to the city in front. Before he could kill his way in, many Lord of Heaven and 2 divine lords had already flown out of the city. They were the experts guarding the passageway. When they received the urgent order, they hurried over. As soon as he flew out, he saw Yi Tianyin flying towards him. "Audacious intruder, how dare you trespass into our evil spirit divine realm?" The evil spirit race experts immediately rushed over. They used all of their strength and did not relax at all. Since Yi Tianyin was able to kill his way in, it meant that the guards outside had all been dealt with. The passageway was guarded by the Lord of Heaven, and there were also god monarchs. To be able to come in like this meant that the opponent was definitely not simple. So what if I did? Yi Tianyin's eyes turned cold. He swung his spear and launched a frenzied attack. The Phoenix bloodline and Dragon God bloodline were fully activated. Under the full activation of these 2 top-notch bloodlines, the silhouette of a dragon and phoenix appeared behind him. The 2 illusory figures danced wildly behind him, displaying their most terrifying power. Under the eruption of the 2 great forces, he fiercely waved the starry divine spear in his hand. The divine patterns on the spear instantly burst forth, layer upon layer of power bursting out. Following that, it transformed into a giant scythe spear light and swept forward. Quick dodge! This terrifying sharpness, even the god monarchs hurriedly dodged to the side. But even if they can dodge, the rest of the Lord of Heaven can't dodge, and soon the spear light penetrated their bodies and directly cut them in half. The domineering and unparalleled spear light continued to sweep down the city below, followed by a loud boom sound. The terrifying spear light blasted a huge gap in the city above the planet, almost cutting the planet in half. Because the defense of these planets had been blessed, even the extremely strong god monarchs can't easily destroy them. It would take a lot of effort to destroy them. Even so, Yi Tianyin's domineering spear light instantly harvested a large number of evil spirit races' lives. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, 2nd Refinement Earth Lord. Obtained. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, 3rd Refinement Earth Lord. Obtained. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, Lord of Heaven First Layer. Obtained. The data directly exploded in his mind, obtaining a large number of EXP and Crazy Point. It's not over yet. Yi Tianyin threw in all the EXP cards to get more EXP. Used 200 times EXP card, 50 times Crazy Point card, 50 times SBS value card, 50 times Proficiency card, 100 times EXP card. Almost all the EXP card or Crazy Point card that he can buy, he used them all. What he wants is to be crazy enough. He hasn't been crazy for a long time, and now he can finally go crazy, and at the same time he can improve his cultivation to the god monarch level. You, which force sent you here? We are the evil spirit, celestial realm. The evil spirit, celestial realm is what I want to kill. Yi Tianyin swept his spear, and a god monarch first layer evil spirit race was cut in half, followed by a wave of EXP directly exploding in his head. Ding successfully killed evil spirit race, first layer God Monarch, obtained 5,800 compressed EXP, 270 compressed Crazy Point, 230 compressed SBS value. At the same time, obtained Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone. Explosion, an absolute explosion of EXP popped out. It shocked him. Originally, first layer God Monarch first layer only had 10 compressed EXP, but now it exploded to almost 6,000 EXP. The comprehensive EXP card has reached more than 500 EXP. It can be called an explosion. A God Monarch next to him trembled. His companion was killed in one move. What kind of power is this? Is this really the power of the Lord of Heaven? Obviously, Tianyin gave them the feeling that he is the Lord of Heaven. For them, the Lord of Heaven can be easily pinned to death. How can he kill a God Monarch? This friend, if there is something to say, please don't fight. The God Monarch next to him wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He wanted to buy time, he wanted to escape, but he knew that he can't escape. Tianyin's speed is too fast, so fast that even he can't see him. You have something to say. Do you still want me to let you go? Tianyin stretched out his hand and waved his spear at the city next to him. The spear light swept across the huge city, once again creating a deep ravine. Countless people died. This is right. Please let us go. We have something to say. The God Monarch can only bite the bullet and continue. What the F asterisk 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 when you treat other races? Why don't you just let them go? You have something to say. Tianyin snorted coldly. He waved his spear and stabbed at the God Monarch. The next moment, the spear penetrated into the God Monarch's body. He didn't wait for the God Monarch to say anything. He already turned into dust. Chapter 1273. Recalling all kinds of scenes, Tianyin's anger in his heart is even more intense. Each of them is more violent than the other. What qualifications do they have to beg for mercy? In the beginning, the human race kept begging for mercy, but it was useless. They were directly killed on the spot or enslaved by them. The evil spirit race turned a blind eye to their begging for mercy. They have a heart of stone. There is no pity for them. Those who should be devoured would be devoured. How could he possibly let them go? Now, Tianyin is the same. Begging for mercy is bullshit. Let's just kill them. Immediately afterward, Tianyin killed the city in one fell swoop. The Star Divine spear in his hand slaughtered madly. The city was torn apart. Countless people were killed and injured. By Divine Sword Supreme Set. Divine Sword Supreme Set requires the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven to equip. The user can transform into Divine Sword Supreme. All mid-grade reincarnation level-long swords within the line of sight are under your control. Up to 100,000 long swords can be controlled. At the same time, it can be turned into a killing formation. Crushing all enemies in the encirclement consumes 1 compressed Crazy Point per use. The price is 100 compressed Sin Point. His current net worth is quite amazing. There is no pressure to buy Divine Sword Supreme Set again. Equip. Clang. A set of sword armor was put on his body. There are countless golden fragments inlaid on his body. It looks like there are countless divine swords branded on his body. Each has a bit of a spiritual aura, as if they can be unsheathed from his body at any time. His aura immediately underwent a tremendous change. An aura of supremacy spread out into the surroundings, especially the control power. He can control everything around him. Rise. Tianyin raised his hand, whether it is the swords in the storage ring or the divine swords in the city. They all flew up under his control. Even if they have an owner, he snatched them away. There are 100,000 divine swords floating around his body. The lowest grade is low-grade reincarnation level. Originally, the evil spirit celestial realm is relatively rich. No matter how bad they are, they still have reincarnation level weapons. After all, they usually plunder so crazily. If they don't even have these resources, then they are not the evil spirit race. Following that, he launched a series of ferocious attacks at the city. His attacks transformed into a dense rain of swords that pierced downwards in a frenzy. Everywhere they passed by, blood rained down. At the same time, he released his doppelgangers and began to search for resources in the surroundings. At the same time, collected the living creature rings on their bodies. They wouldn't release their slaves, but that didn't mean they wouldn't carry them with them. Therefore, they had to plunder their living rings, as well as their resources. Soon, the city was completely destroyed under his madness. It was not a legend that a single person could destroy a city. As long as he had enough strength, he could easily destroy it in a short period of time. If Tianyin unleashed his full power, he could easily destroy a city. Now, it looked like a scene of desolation. The inner core had been taken away by him, directly causing the city to become a wasteland. Without a core, the planet was basically useless. With the Divine Sword Supreme set, destroying a city is a piece of cake. Tianyun's heart was filled with fanaticism. A brand new suit was indeed different, especially the Supreme Sword God suit. It was simply a godly weapon for group attacks. As long as he had the Supreme Sword God suit, slaughtering a city would not be a problem at all, and he could guarantee that no one could escape from his sight. There were many divine swords inside and outside. Killing the evil spirit race was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Coupled with the evil spirit race killer title, its power was simply amazing. After cleaning up, Tianyin went to the next city. He did not stop and did not rest for a moment. After all, he didn't know if there would be a very strong existence coming to kill him. So he tried to destroy all the cities that he could destroy before the strong attack. In this way, even if he was forced to retreat by the strong, at least he could interfere with them. In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above another city. This is the charm of the teleportation godstone. He had already set his position here before, so he didn't need to travel back and forth. He could easily fly above the city. A long time ago, he used the identity of the evil spirit puppet to set his position in most cities. Although it consumed a lot of teleportation godstone, it was very worth it. As long as a large number of evil spirit race is destroyed, this crazy point is not a problem at all. Moreover, killing an Earth Lord is enough to buy a few of them. Even a dozen of them are not a problem. 100 times crazy point doubling card is not a joke. Kill. Tianyin didn't hesitate and immediately controlled the 100,000 reincarnation divine swords to kill the evil spirit race in the city. The evil spirit race in the city didn't feel the danger at all. Boom! Boom! 10,000 swords bombarded down, and the guards outside were instantly killed. They didn't even have time to report. As Tianyin swept all the way down, the whole sky was covered by thousands of swords, making the already dark sky even darker and more terrible, as if everything was covered by the swords. What is going on? They didn't understand what was going on. A white light passed through their bodies, and the next moment, their consciousness disappeared completely. The frenzied massacre continued. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the entire city had been destroyed. The only thing that takes more time is for Tianyin to collect the living creature ring and the like. It takes more time than killing them. Tianyin checked a little. There are a lot of slaves in the living creature ring. According to their different hobbies, there are different slaves. For example, beautiful male slaves or beautiful female slaves and other major races. Some were even tortured to the point that it was too horrible to look at, and some were severely injured. Every single one of them was extremely miserable. This situation is not unexpected. All of them are released, and there's a large number of cultivators. There's no lack of geniuses among them. After being captured as slaves, they can only be reduced to playthings. Clean up, next city. Tianyun's figure flashed again and disappeared in place. The city left behind has become a dead city. The air is filled with a disgusting smell of blood. You have to pay for what you have done. At the same time, in other cities, they have received emergency signals. The elders who were searching were alarmed, especially when they found out that the cities had been destroyed one by one. They were all stunned. What is going on? Who is this person? How can he kill in our evil spirit celestial realm? Elder Tesso was furious. Go back and kill that guy. 2 whole cities are gone, and he is still attacking the 3rd city. Chapter 1274. In the blink of an eye, 2 cities were gone, and the latest news was that they were attacking the 3rd city. This drove them crazy. By the time they received the news, they had already attacked the 3rd city. It was still all right at the start, but who knew that 2 of them had already been destroyed? Hurry, hurry, hurry. They're attacking Luo City right now. Let's hurry over to support them and stop the invaders. Elder Tai Sua raised his speed to the maximum and immediately flew towards Luo City. The other elders also stopped searching. After receiving the news, they also started flying towards Luo City at high speed. They didn't have any teleportation godstones, so they could only fly over or use the teleportation formation to teleport to the nearest place. Even if they tore through space and teleported there, it would take some time. It was far less convenient than using a teleportation array. God Monarch cultivation was not truly invincible. Teleporting over was just a small distance, but it was still quite a distance. However, from the information they received, the distance was too far. Teleportation was impossible, so they could only fly or use the teleportation formation. Soon, they arrived at the nearest city and were about to use the teleportation formation. However, the communication jade pendant soon sent them the latest news. The 3rd city has been destroyed. Intruder whereabouts unknown. The latest news shocked them all. The 3rd city had fallen so quickly. Now that they still didn't know where they were, it meant that it was useless for them to go there. The 3rd city was destroyed so quickly. Is this the Sky Sovereign? Their expressions were ugly. They knew very well how many evil spirit race there were in a city. If they were the ones to destroy it, they wouldn't be slow, but they definitely wouldn't be able to destroy it so quickly. However, they received news that the invader was only the Lord of Heaven, which made them unable to believe it. It was highly possible that he had used some sort of concealment artifact to prevent them from detecting the strength of his cultivation. Or perhaps the difference between the 2 of them was simply too great, so they could only detect a portion of his cultivation. It shouldn't be an Empyrean. We have never provoked an Empyrean force. How could it not be an Empyrean? I heard that it's even a human race Empyrean. Could it be that a human race Empyrean has come to take revenge on us? Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. The human race was extremely widespread. Even if they wanted to kill the human race's Empyreans wouldn't be so crazy, right? No matter what, their 3rd city had already been destroyed, and not a single person could be seen. They had no idea where they were at all. Intruders have appeared in the evil Cauldron City. The latest battle report was immediately sent over, making them shudder. They were stunned when they heard the news. There was a huge gap between the evil Tripod City and Luo City. If they were closer, they would have to cross half of the evil spirit celestial territory. In such a short period of time, they had already traversed such a great distance, which drove them crazy. What's going on? Why did he appear in the evil Tripod City? Could it be that there was more than one intruder? Or does he have some kind of teleportation artifact that allows him to quickly travel through space? The faces of Elder Tesso and the others became more and more unsightly. Even if they rushed over now, it would be too late. They needed to pass through several teleportation arrays to get close to the evil Tripod City. Judging from the speed at which they were eliminated, the battle was probably over before they arrived. We can only ask for the Domain Lord's permission. Otherwise, we won't be able to suppress them at all. Elder Tesso immediately made up his mind, and that was to ask the Domain Lord for help. This is the only way. The other elders nodded with difficulty. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't let the Territorial Lord come out, but now it seemed that they could only ask the Territorial Lord to come out. Then they each took out a special jade pendant and crushed it in one go. Several special jade pendants were crushed in succession. This was the only way to get the domain lord to come out. The shattering of so many special jade pendants meant that something extremely urgent had happened. Even several elders had crushed their jade pendants, which meant that the situation was very urgent. The domain lord was definitely going to come out. At the same time, in the depths of the evil spirit celestial realm, in a special space, a powerful existence slowly woke up from his cultivation. This powerful existence was the domain lord of the evil spirit celestial realm. No one knew what his real name was, so they would usually just call him the evil spirit celestial realm lord. He woke up from his cultivation, feeling very unhappy. How could he who had been in seclusion feel happy when he woke up? Several elders crushed their jade pendants. What urgent matter happened? The evil spirit celestial realm lord stood up, and 4 pitch-black wings appeared on his back. They spread out behind him, and evil power was released in all directions. In front of him was an incomparably huge core. In terms of grade, it far surpassed the other dark cores. The two were not on the same level. It was at least 4th grade, and it was definitely extremely precious. Only the evil spirit, celestial realm lord, could enjoy something of this level. Then he received detailed information. He frowned. What's going on? A human invader with heavenly venerable level power? After reading it carefully, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Oh, I don't know if he's a heavenly venerable. He actually dares to make a move in my territory. All right, if he's a heavenly venerable, he can replenish my energy as the price for waking me up. Then he raised his hand in the void. The space distorted, and he came out of this special space. After coming out, he stood in the void. Other than the 4 wings on his back, which were very eye-catching, there was also this perfect body. His body was smooth and translucent, shining like a black pearl. He looked very beautiful, much more beautiful than the other evil spirits. They were not on the same level at all. Most importantly, he had an even more terrifying power, and the surrounding space was distorted because of him. He slowly closed his eyes, and his entire body merged into the void. His terrifying spiritual sense spread out in all directions. Soon, his spiritual sense covered one area after another, and he swept past one city after another. After probing for a while, he opened his eyes and said calmly, I found him. He can actually control so many divine swords. I've never seen a martial art before. No wonder he was able to destroy so many cities in my divine realm. It turns out that he relied on this special power. But something's wrong. Why is the power that the Lord of Heaven's cultivation base erupts with is similar to that of a divine lord? He didn't think too much about it. He stretched out his hand and pulled forward, tearing a huge space in the void. After that, he lifted his foot and stomped on the ground, disappearing on the spot. In the next second, he appeared in the sky above the city where Tianyin was. He gently raised his hand, and a terrifying power suppressed down, enveloping the area. Tianyin, who was crazily killing the evil spirit race, suddenly raised his head. When he felt this terrifying power, his pupils constricted. Heavenly Venerable. The evil spirit region lord that descended above him was a heavenly venerable. Chapter 1275. Heavenly Venerable. Tianyin was not particularly surprised when he sensed such a terrifying aura. A 3rd grade god realm would not have a single heavenly venerable, or more than 2. One of the conditions to become a 3rd grade god realm was to be a heavenly venerable. If one did not even have a heavenly venerable, they would not be qualified to support a 3rd grade god realm. Heavenly venerable was a representative term, a necessary condition for a 3rd grade god realm. This was just like how a 2nd grade god realm must have a divine lord, and there must be a lot of them. Only then could one aspire to become a 2nd grade god realm. Forces of different grades needed to reach a corresponding value to become a corresponding force. Of course, if one did not have anything, they could also enter a second grade or third grade God realm force. It was just that they would be easily conquered. Once they were found out that the other party had too few powerhouses, they would be attacked immediately. Therefore, it was not that these standards were too strict, but that the surrounding environment was the same. Without the corresponding powerhouses, they would definitely fall. Itianyan looked up and his eyes narrowed. Detailed data immediately appeared in front of him. Evil Spirit Territory Lord. Mid-level lower heavenly venerable cultivation. Has extremely terrifying dark elemental power. Body is a dark sage body and has extremely strong recovery ability. Extremely strong defense. Wears a superior grade heavenly Tao armor that clings tightly to the body. The wings on the back can be turned into terrifying weapons. Weakness, light elemental attack. Overall attribute judged as extremely dangerous. Preliminary combat power calculated to be 330 million star power. Basic state. 330 million points of star power. Tianyan took a deep breath. This is too scary. It's much higher than his current full power. However, this was not unexpected. If even a heavenly venerable was not that strong, then he would be disappointed. You're the invader? The evil spirit territory Lord looked at him with a calm expression, as if everything was under his control. The moment he appeared, he had already taken control of this place. Not a single place was able to escape, as he had sealed them all. The power of a heavenly venerable could easily suppress all directions with a snap of his fingers. Now he did not intend to suppress Itianyan, but came out to talk to Itianyan first. That's right. You must be the evil spirit region lord, right? Tianyan sized up the evil spirit region lord. As expected of the region lord of the evil spirit divine realm, he had an even more perfect body. It was hard to tell that he was from the evil spirit race. This was a perfect body, but it wasn't burly at all. Instead, it was more like the petite body of a human. They compressed their bodies to become smaller and smaller, which made it easier for them to move and also allowed them to unleash more power. It could be said that it was an extremely perfect existence in all aspects. Fortunately, it could only be seen from the evil spirit region lord. It was clear that only when he broke through to the Empyrean level would he have the ability to completely change himself. The other evil spirit race S were all tall and sturdy, and they looked disgusting. The evil spirit region lord could be described as handsome. Apart from the fact that his body was still pitch black, there was nothing wrong with him. It looked very beautiful, like a black gem. Moreover, it was the kind that was black and shiny. I don't know what martial art this is, but it looks pretty good. The evil spirit region lord looked at the flying swords that filled the sky and grabbed at the void. An extremely compressed force slapped over, and the divine swords in the void were immediately grabbed. The divine swords that were originally controlled by Itianyan were all grabbed, leaving Itianyan no chance to control them at all. This power was too domineering, so domineering that it made one's scalp go numb. There were so many divine swords, yet he grabbed them just like that. Itianyan narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Are you interested in this kind of martial art?" "I'm a little interested. If you hand over all your martial arts, maybe I'll leave your corpse intact, and I won't let you die so painfully." The evil spirit region lord's expression was indifferent, as if nothing could arouse his interest, even in the face of such a special martial art like Itianyan's. He didn't force it. If he used soul search by force, he might not be able to find anything. "It seems that all of you are so stupid when negotiating. Spare my life. That's easier to negotiate. If I give you all my martial arts, I can only leave my corpse intact?" Tianyan shook his head. "That's right. If you don't give it to me, I think you'll live a life worse than death, and it will last for a very long time," the evil spirit region lord said indifferently. Tianyan believed his words. It could definitely make him live a life worse than death, and it would last for a very long time. Until then, his mind would definitely be on the verge of collapse. Too naive. Do you think that's all I have? Do you think that your seal can trap me here? Tianyin looked around. This seal was indeed terrifying, much more powerful than Elder Tesso's seal from before. Even after upgrading his instant transmission, he probably wouldn't be able to pass through this terrifying seal. Unless he continued to upgrade it, he wouldn't be able to pass through the seal. Or, if his cultivation had improved, he would be able to teleport out. It seems that you're quite confident. The evil spirit region lord gently raised his hand and pressed forward. The void around Tianyin immediately became solid, as if it had turned into a thick wall, trapping him inside and making it difficult for him to escape. Tianyin could clearly feel that the power of the heavenly law around him had been flattened, and at the same time replaced by the power of a heavenly venerate, and it was the power of a heavenly venerate unique to the evil spirit region lord. Under this special power of a heavenly venerate, any treasure would lose its effect and be unable to escape. Unless one had an even more heaven-defying treasure or a stronger cultivation, there was no way to escape. I'm just that confident. Tianyin grinned, and in the next second, he disappeared from where he was. Everything disappeared without a trace. This scene stunned the evil spirit region lord. He never thought that Tianyin would really be able to escape right under his nose, and he couldn't even tell what kind of treasure it was. Tianyin had escaped from this place in an instant. What's going on? What kind of treasure is this? Or some kind of martial arts? The expression on the evil spirit region lord's face finally changed. His previous expression of having everything under his control had now turned into a bit of anger. A junior had escaped from under his nose just like that. How could he not be angry? Following that, he quickly spread out his spiritual senses, covering the entire area, wanting to see where exactly Tianyin had escaped to. However, no matter how he probed, he couldn't find Tianyin nearby. Logically speaking, this kind of escape would at most be escaping from the seal, and he wouldn't have escaped very far. However, when he carefully probed, he still couldn't find Tianyin. Where is he hiding? The evil spirit region lord was a little annoyed. Tianyin had escaped right under his nose, and he didn't know where he had escaped to. This was his territory, and Tianyin had escaped in his own territory. It was simply a disgrace to him. Lord, that invader is wreaking havoc in Xian City. Chapter 1276. Tianyin directly used the teleportation godstone to escape and teleported to Evil Grace City. He won't run away so quickly, but he will continue to destroy the Evil Grace City. How can he just leave like this? He hasn't earned enough here yet. This teleportation godstone is amazing. Even if it's a heavenly master seal, I can still escape. Tianyin felt that this teleportation godstone is very magical. If he can escape, he will definitely not continue to play in the vicinity. He will teleport out and immediately escape. He will not joke around with his life. If he dies, he will have to pay a price. Of course, the price that he felt before is not so exaggerated now. The value of a life is only 100 million crazy points, which is converted to 10 compressed crazy points. It's really a good deal. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid of being caught. He can't escape. They won't kill him. They will only abuse him. Therefore, many lives were useless. He did not think that anyone would come to save him, unless some Empyrean Supreme Being felt that the evil spirit race was disgusting and came to suppress the evil spirit race. Only then would he be able to escape. Kill, kill, kill. Tianyin continued to control the 100,000 divine swords, sweeping around, madly slaughtering all the evil spirit race's life. But he didn't slaughter for long. There was a fluctuation in the void, and the next second, evil spirit territory lord came from the void. What a strong teleportation! Tianyin's eyes shrank. Although he knew that evil spirit territory lord teleported here, he thought that it was nearby. He didn't expect it to be like the teleportation godstone. In a blink of an eye, it crossed more than half of the evil spirit divine realm and chased him here. Where do you think you are going? Evil spirit territory Lord's cold voice came from the sky, and a more terrible seal came from the sky, sealing the place. Escape to a place you can't find. Tianyan smiled and immediately disappeared in place. He did not stop to confront evil spirit territory lord. He wants to play a trick on a heavenly master. Even if it's a heavenly master, isn't he still being played by him? Damn it, I can't even seal him like this, and he can still escape? The evil spirit domain lord was infuriated. He felt that Tianyan had some kind of treasure that allowed him to escape from his grasp so easily. It was too embarrassing. Immediately after, he quickly searched his surroundings, trying to find out where Tianyan was. As he continued to spread to other areas, the communication jade pendant sent him another message. Your Excellency, the invaders have appeared in Xiepei City. What's going on? Another border city. The evil spirit region lord was about to explode with anger. Logically speaking, Tianyan should not have escaped too far away. But in the blink of an eye he had disappeared and even appeared in a border city. He, who was originally calm and confident, was about to go crazy. He was a dignified celestial master, yet he had been so ruthlessly toyed with. Moreover, it seemed that his cultivation was only at the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven was teasing him and destroying his city. In fact, he did not care at all about how his subordinates had died. The main point was that such invaders had played tricks on him again and again, breaking out of his control. In the next moment, the evil spirit domain lord continued to tear open space and teleport toward Xiepei City. He had been completely infuriated by Tianyan, so naturally he would completely erupt. In Xiepei City, Tianyan was also slaughtering wantonly, killing as many evil spirits as possible in the shortest time possible. However, before he could annihilate many, there was another fluctuation in the void, and soon the evil spirit domain lord charged out. He raised his hand in the void, and an even more terrifying seal came crashing down. He ruthlessly sealed this place, layer after layer of seals, and a huge pair of wings appeared behind him, as if covering the sky. Everything became so dark, as if it was shrouded in thick, dark clouds. The terrifying sealing power far exceeded the power that had erupted before. At the same time, the evil spirit domain lord also threw a black ball, which bloomed with black light in the air and enveloped this area. When Tianyan looked up, his pupils constricted, and detailed data appeared in front of him. Forbidden black screen. Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. A special spirit treasure owned by a Heavenly Venerate. Only a Heavenly Venerate can exert its effects. The forbidden black screen can form an extremely powerful array that can trap enemies and protect oneself. At the same time, it can weaken the trapped enemies, and the suppression effects vary according to the cultivation level of the trapped enemies. Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasure. Tianyan's eyes narrowed. Heavenly Venerate Spirit Treasures were even more powerful than Heavenly Tao Treasures. This was a treasure unique to Heavenly Venerate Dawn. Even if it was given to them, they would not be able to use it. When the forbidden black screen was thrown out, he immediately felt that he was surrounded by a thick wall. More importantly, a sealing power immediately pressed down. This made him feel that his strength had been greatly weakened, and his surging Heavenly Tao power was immediately cut in half. This meant that even if he had the cultivation level of the Lord of Heaven at the third level, his cultivation level would probably be less than the strength of the Lord of Heaven at the first level. And this was based on the fact that Tianyan had special powers, which was why this was weakened. If he did not have the Heavenly Tao power of the 10 refinements Earth Lord level, the suppression effect would be even greater. In this forbidden black screen, the evil spirit region lord had an absolute advantage and could be said to be an invincible existence. What powerful strength! Is this a higher realm? Tianyan's eyes narrowed, but he did not panic. Instead, he immediately used the teleportation godstone. This time the effect immediately failed, and there was no movement at all. This meant that the blockade brought about by the forbidden black screen had exceeded the scope of the teleportation Godstone's escape. Upgrade. Ding. Experience points deducted. Successfully upgraded to the Lord of Heaven 5th level. Upgrade again. Ding. Experience points deducted. Successfully upgraded to the Lord of Heaven 6th level. Upgrade again. Successfully upgraded to the Lord of Heaven 7th level. All of a sudden, all the experience points were thrown out. He had destroyed 3 cities, and the rest of the cities had been destroyed. Coupled with the 500 to 600 times experience card, it was not a problem for him to upgrade 4 levels in a row. After upgrading to the Lord of Heaven's 7th level, the pressure around him instantly decreased a lot, and the weakening effect was cut from the previous half to about 20%. However, the suppression effect was only one of the aspects of the forbidden black screen. The real effect was that it could completely seal off the enemy, making it impossible for the enemy to escape. As for the other effects, only when the evil spirit region Lord used them would he know how strong they were. I broke through 3 levels in a row to be able to suppress it a little. This Empyrean spiritual treasure is really strong. Tianyin felt his scalp tingle. As expected of an Empyrean powerhouse, the battle had not even started, and he was already a level weaker. However, thinking about it carefully, the battle power of 330 million was enough to shock people. Chapter 1277. Why, you're not running this time. The evil spirit territory Lord was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he wanted to see if Tianyin could still escape. What he could not accept the most was that he had always been able to escape from his hands, which made him feel very humiliated, now that he had even used the Empyrean spirit treasure taboo black screen. He wanted to see how Tianyin could still be arrogant and escape. Using an Empyrean spirit treasure to deal with me, this is really my honor. Tianyin smiled slightly and said, under the suppression of the Empyrean spirit treasure, I still have no way to escape. Is that so? I'm very interested in your ability now. What treasure did you use to escape from my seal? The evil spirit territory Lord slowly flew down from the void. He was not in a hurry at all. After using the Empyrean spirit treasure, everything was in his hands again. He, who was full of confidence, was not in a hurry at all. The key was that Tianyin had many special escape methods, which made him very interested. It might be some special treasure. If it wasn't for that, he would have directly imprisoned them and taken them away. Now he wanted to see if Tianyin could still escape. If he could escape, it meant that he still needed stronger power, or Tianyin had some background. If you hand it all over, I will let you live for a while longer and give you treasures so that you can make some arrangements after your death. The evil spirit territory Lord's words were really generous. As long as he handed over everything, he would live for a while longer, but in the end he would still die. Tianyin had already touched his bottom line. He would not let him off no matter what, and must be killed. Now that he had completely sealed off the escape area, he had the right to negotiate. He would either be tortured to death or obediently compromise and die very peacefully. This condition is really tempting, but I can hand it over. I wonder if I can make an additional request? Tianyin smiled faintly and said, as long as you agree to this request of mine, forget about martial arts. All the treasures will be given to you. What request? Why don't you tell me? The evil spirit region Lord raised his eyebrows and looked at him with more interest. He had locked onto the surrounding ripples. He wanted to see if Tianyin still had a chance to escape. It's very simple. All of your evil spirit race has been exterminated by you, leaving you behind. This is my request. Is it merciful enough? At least you survived. Tianyin said with a grin. You tricked me. The evil spirit domain lord was furious in his heart. He stretched out his hand to grab Tianyin, wanting to control him. At this moment, the power in Tianyin's body burst out, exploding to the extreme. Divine Dragon Bloodline activate. Phoenix Bloodline open. Heaven-shaking godly art, open. Crazy damage mode, activate. Vast godly art, open. All of his power burst out and gathered in the starry divine spear in his hand. At the same time, the divine runes on the surface of the starry divine spear were fully released under the infusion of his power, reaching a brand new limit. His combat power soared in a straight line, and it suddenly jumped to 177 million star power points. This was already his current limit. After the eruption, the surrounding space was constantly being slapped, trying to break this forbidden black curtain. However, 170 million battle power was really unable to break the power of a heavenly venerable. Boom! When the two came into contact, the violent force on the palm of the evil spirit domain lord constantly bombarded his palm. However, it was firmly locked in this forbidden black curtain. Even an attack of hundreds of millions of battle power was fiercely compressed in an area. This battle power is no longer something that the Lord of Heaven can display. Only those above the Divine Lord level 8 or 9 can display it. The evil spirit domain lord's face darkened. He didn't expect Tianyan to be able to burst out such a terrifying power. If his cultivation wasn't a little higher, he would have been killed immediately. Then he squeezed hard, and the attack that Tianyan erupted was directly crushed, turning into a pile of energy light spots that drifted in the air. Such a violent attack was easily crushed, just like how Tianyan killed the other heavenly monarchs and divine monarchs before. It was easy to kill them with a single spear strike without any difficulty. The greater the gap, the more useless the other party's attack. It was the same principle now. The overbearing power of a heavenly venerable had the power to suppress. In addition, the gap between the two was too big. The evil spirit domain lord didn't need to fully erupt. He only needed to resist very simply to destroy Tianyun's attack. After crushing the attack, he grabbed the spearhead of the starry divine spear at the same time, firmly grasping it. No matter how Tianyan swung it, he couldn't pull it out. As expected of the power of a heavenly venerable, the gap still can't be bridged. Tianyan didn't expect this. He originally wanted to try to see if he could withstand an attack. Now, it seemed that even one attack would be enough, and it would be difficult to break it. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with just this bit of power? Come over. The evil spirit domain lord suddenly pulled out the starry divine spear, and Tianyan was dragged over uncontrollably. At this time, Tianyun's eyes didn't have the slightest panic and were still so firm. Exchange the evil lord of heaven set. Successfully deducted 100 compressed sin points. Exchanged for the evil lord of heaven set. Equip the evil lord of heaven set. Evil lord of heaven set. After wearing, you can transform into the evil lord of heaven at any time. All power increased by 800 times. Defense increased by 500 times. Speed increased by 100 times. When entering the evil lord of heaven mode, all attacks become long-range attacks, can attack anything in the sight range and have burning and explosion effects, absolute critical hit effect, double critical hit damage, consumes 1 compressed crazy point per minute. In an instant, he put on the evil lord of heaven set, and an extremely evil aura immediately released from his body. At the same time, his body was covered with a thin layer of dark armor, and at the same time there is a faint white light, like a silver moon in the dark night sky. Transform into the evil lord of heaven. Tianyun's body immediately began to change. It doesn't even take half a second, even less than half a second. It can be said that it only takes a few tenths of a second. Immediately turned into the evil lord of heaven. In addition to the dark body, there are also 2 wings on the back, spread out in an instant. The power instantly increased by 800 times. Under the violent power, Tianyan was thrown to the side. The sudden surge caught the evil spirit territory lord off guard, and he was immediately thrown out by Tianyan and hit his own taboo black curtain, making a bang sound of a violent collision. Chapter 1278. After Tianyan transformed into the evil lord of heaven, His power skyrocketed in an instant. With a sudden burst of power, he slammed the Star God Spear in his hand and threw the evil spirit territory Lord out. The violent power frightened even the evil spirit territory Lord. The main reason was that it was too much at once. He thought it would be the limit, who knew it could be improved. I was almost caught, but the test is almost over. It's time to leave. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed and instantly wanted to use instant transmission to escape, but he immediately felt a sense of powerlessness coming from all around. It means that instant transmission is also ineffective at this time, but he did not panic and immediately upgraded instant transmission without any pause. Upgrade instant transmission. Ding. Successfully deducted 1,000 compressed crazy point. Successfully upgraded instant transmission to level 7. The next level requires 3,000 compressed crazy point. Level 7 instant transmission. The effect is to penetrate stronger protective seals, and the teleportation range spreads to any range that can be explored by spiritual sense. This range suddenly changed. Before, he could teleport to any place within his line of sight. Now it is within the range that his spiritual sense can explore. He can teleport to any place. It had to be said that this change was extremely huge. It means that the range of his instant transmission has suddenly become very wide. And with the improvement of his cultivation, the range will become bigger. If he has the cultivation of an Empyrean, he can teleport anywhere in the God realm at will. Although the evil spirit territory lord can also do it, but it will take a few more tries to do it. The key is that he is the owner of this place, so he can teleport so far. If he is not the owner of this place, naturally he can't teleport so far. Even an Empyrean can't teleport here. They need to try again to teleport here. Empyrean is very strong, but it does not mean that they can be so invincible. But in the 3rd grade God realm, they are indeed invincible. Even if he tried a few more times, he would only be able to traverse through space and kill his way over in a very short time. The speed is quite fast, and it takes less than a few minutes to teleport here. This is still across more than half of the God realm. If it were other divine monarchs, it would take several days or even weeks to reach their destination. However, most people wouldn't be so stupid. They would all use a complete teleportation array to come over. If they relied on flying alone, that would be too stupid. You dare to be arrogant in front of me with just this bit of strength? The evil spirit territory lord was completely enraged. He directly unleashed all his strength and grabbed at the void. The surrounding power pressed over, wanting to crush Yi Tianyin. This level of power had already exceeded the power that he had displayed previously. Even if Yi Tianyin had the evil Lord of Heaven set, he would still be unable to withstand a single blow. This was the reality of the gap in cultivation. Unless he upgraded the system crazily, there was no way he could block this attack, and it was only a draw. After all, the disparity between them was too great. The evil spirit region lord had only unleashed his early-stage power and had yet to unleash his true power. He didn't trigger the power of his bloodline, nor did he detonate other powers. If he did, how could his battle power be limited to 330 million? Go! Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and immediately disappeared, easily passing through the forbidden black screen, causing the evil spirit domain lord's attack to miss. What's going on? He escaped? The evil spirit domain lord was shocked again. He had even used an Empyrean spirit treasure, but he didn't expect the other party to still be able to escape. This was beyond his expectations. He immediately probed the surroundings, wanting to see where Yi Tianyin had escaped to. However, no matter how he probed, he couldn't find even half a trace of Yi Tianyin. Hurry up and search for me. Where did the intruder escape to? The evil spirit domain lord immediately sent out a message, asking the many elders to help investigate. He also didn't stay idle. He quickly spread his spiritual consciousness around, enveloping this divine realm. It was just that the speed was not fast, mainly because the evil spirit divine realm was too big and it would take too long. Hence, he needed to spend some time. Lord, we didn't find anything here. We didn't find anything here, either. We didn't find anything here, either. One by one, they kept sending messages, indicating that there was no situation here, and no trace of anyone could be found. Bastard, could it be that he's hiding? The evil spirit domain lord angrily slapped the void, and a violent force blasted down. The city below was immediately smashed into pieces. The evil spirit race, who were originally rejoicing that they were still alive, turned into a pile of dust under this bombardment. Then he continued to search. This was his territory, and he didn't allow any intruders to stay in his territory, especially since he had used so many things. Yet he had still been able to escape. The other party was still the Lord of Heaven. Yet he had slipped away just like that. This humiliation was deeply engraved in his heart, and he felt extremely disgusted. While he was frantically searching, Tianyin had already used the teleportation divine stone to escape the evil spirit divine realm and leave the divine realm outside. An Empyrean is too strong. I can't deal with him at all. If I want to deal with him, I'll probably have to be at the mid-stage divine lord or late stage. Tianyin felt incomparable pressure. His original intention was to test the situation of the evil spirit divine realm. As expected, he immediately attracted the evil spirit domain lord. The violent power left a deep impression on him. He didn't dare to continue playing. If he was really completely imprisoned, even teleportation would be useless. When that time came, it would be over. Hence, it was better to stay outside for a while. When the evil spirit domain lord relaxed a little, he planned to go back and reap the harvest. However, before leaving, he still planned to return to the evil spirit divine realm. After taking out the evil spirit puppet, he immediately threw a bunch of materials into it and upgraded the evil spirit puppet. In an instant, his cultivation directly rushed to the peak of the Lord of Heaven level, and he was almost able to enter the divine Lord level. However, he was not in a hurry to enter the divine Lord level. Such a rapid improvement would definitely make people suspicious, so it was better to slow down a little. After all, this was already fast enough. Before leaving the evil spirit divine realm, he was only at the first or second level of the Lord of Heaven cultivation. Now that he had rushed to the peak level, it was already shocking enough. Let me see how the situation is now. Tianyin immediately swaggered towards the evil spirit divine realm. When he arrived in front of the passage, the guards didn't ask much when they saw him. Instead, they bowed respectfully. Thinking about the wanton destruction just now, and now that he could casually enter, he wanted to laugh. With this evil spirit puppet, it's really not bad. I can easily sneak in. Chapter 1279. Everyone above the level of Lord of Heaven must gather back. Tianyin didn't think too much about it and quickly flew to the corresponding city to gather according to the instructions in the token. The gathering city is one of the main cities of the evil spirit divine realm, Evil Dragon City. There are many elders in the Evil Dragon City. Tianyin wanted to attack this place at first, but he felt that it would easily attract the attention of the big shots, so he attacked the remote place first. Who would have thought that just after destroying a few cities, the other party immediately sent the evil spirit divine realm lord? Obviously, they felt powerless and couldn't deal with him, so they could only bite the bullet and send the evil spirit divine realm lord. Otherwise, if they fly to suppress Tianyin one by one, it is estimated that the evil spirit divine realm lord will be half gone. Evil Dragon City is worthy of being one of the main cities. There are more elites. Tianyin's eyes flashed. If this place falls, it is definitely equivalent to cutting off one of the arms of the evil spirit divine realm. There is no way to solve it now because the evil spirit divine realm lord is staying inside, so he can only be a little more obedient. It seems that it was not the elders who summoned the experts, but the evil spirit divine realm lord. At the same time, he saw a lot of evil spirit race people gathered, and their cultivation is at the level of Lord of Heaven. Now that a large number of them gathered here, it makes him even more excited. If he can sweep them all in one go, he doesn't know how much EXP and crazy point he can get. However, the evil spirit divine realm lord is here. He absolutely can't do anything. He is now sneaking in and listening to the news. Soon after he came down, when the evil spirit race people saw him, they all nodded to him, because they have all seen Etianyan and know that he is the godson. They're naturally more respectful. After killing his way out of so many experts, how could he not be respected? It can be said that among the Lord of Heaven, his status is one of the best. Other than the divine monarch, his status can be regarded as the highest level. Godson, I heard that you didn't come back even when the elders summoned you. You are quite bold. Yes, such a big thing happened in the evil spirit divine realm. It seems that you really think of yourself as a godson. You don't need to do anything. My great godson, you are finally willing to come back? Aren't you going to stay outside for a while? What's the rush to come back? Apart from some people showing respect for him, there were also many who ridiculed him, and there were even some who took pleasure in his misfortune. They felt that Etianyan was too arrogant and self-indulgent. When the divine spirits escaped, most of them were ordered to search for him. Etianyan, on the other hand, left the evil spirit celestial domain. Etianyan also knew that the elders were constantly sending him messages to summon him back or to search the area, but he didn't care at all. After all, he was busy at that time. How could he care about these things? As for how he was going to explain, he had already thought of an excuse, so there was no need to worry about it. Immediately, Etianyan ignored them and lifted his foot to walk forward, but just as he walked to the front point, one of the elders came over and looked at him coldly. You're finally willing to come back? As a divine son, you didn't even come back after being summoned. You better give us a reasonable explanation. As they had the medallion on them, they knew whether they would return or not. When Etianyan put away the evil spirit puppet, the medallion was immediately isolated. He couldn't even receive any messages, let alone know that he had returned. Under the elders' questioning, the evil spirit race at the side revealed mocking gazes. Let's see how Etianyan will resolve this. Can you give me a reasonable explanation? At this time, Elder Tesso came over from the side. His eyes were also filled with dissatisfaction. He felt that Etianyan had left his job without permission. There were matters in the race, yet he was still unwilling to return. This was a huge matter, which was equivalent to disobeying his orders. Etianyan did not explain anything. Instead, he directly emitted a powerful aura. The power of the peak of the Lord of Heaven swept out in all directions. The evil spirit race at the side was forced to take a few steps back. The powerful aura was unbearable for them. Peak level of the Lord of Heaven. The evil spirit race at the side was shocked. They had all heard that Etianyan's cultivation was only at the second or third level of the Lord of Heaven. How could it be that in such a short period of time he had already killed his way to the peak of the Lord of Heaven? The peak of the Lord of Heaven. Elder Tesso's eyes lit up. The dissatisfaction in his eyes immediately disappeared. The reason you can't come back is because of your cultivation. Yes, this disciple was cultivating outside. I only wanted to raise my cultivation level, so I forgot about this order badge. Etianyan said in a deep voice, but a mistake is a mistake. This disciple is willing to accept any punishment. It wasn't just Elder Taiso. Even the expressions of the elders beside him weren't as bad. It was not easy for them to break through their cultivation, so it was naturally a good thing to have more experts. They never thought that Etianyan would break through so quickly. How could they not be happy? To be able to break through so many levels of cultivation in such a short period of time, you must have found some kind of fortuitous encounter, right? If that's the case, then it's understandable. Elder Tesso waved his hand and said with a faint smile, "Then I'll pardon you. Opportunities are not that easy to come by. This kind of special situation is still understandable." "Thank you, Elder Tesso, for your understanding." Etianyan smiled indifferently. He knew that he would be forgiven like this. In this place, strength was respected. The faster his cultivation increased, the better. Moreover, this kind of collection work did not require him alone. It was just that, if there was nothing else, he would definitely gather to help. A search at the level of the Lord of Heaven would definitely be much faster than an Earth Lord. The evil spirit race at the side all revealed jealous gazes. They had thought that they would see Eteonian being punished or something, but now it seemed that nothing had happened to him at all. Instead, his status continued to rise. It's about time. Lord Domain Lord is preparing to come over. All of you have been tired during this period of time. Lord Domain Lord has seen it. Elder Tesso gestured for them to stand properly. The evil spirit Domain Lord was about to arrive. After Elder Tesso made the arrangements, he flew to the seat on the high platform in front of him and waited for the arrival of the evil spirit Domain Lord. A moment later, the evil spirit Domain Lord descended from the sky. A group of elders immediately stood up and knelt on the ground, including the evil spirit race below. They all knelt down. Tianyin could only kneel down and make a respectful appearance. Greetings, Lord Domain Lord. A deafening roar resounded through the sky, expressing their respect. The evil spirit Domain Lord descended from the sky and sat steadily on his chair. His superior gaze swept across them and said indifferently, "All of you get up." "Thank you, Lord Domain Lord." One by one, they stood up and looked at the evil spirit Domain Lord with reverence in their eyes. Such a powerful force would naturally obtain their respect. Chapter 1280. The evil spirit Domain Lord's gaze swept across the many evil spirit race people. It had been a long time since he had checked on the current situation. After a glance, he nodded slightly. He did not feel anything strange at all. Then he said in a clear voice, "Recently, something that I cannot tolerate has happened, and that is an intruder. Not only did he capture the divine spirit race that we painstakingly captured, he also destroyed our city and killed many of our clansmen. This person's cultivation is not strong, but he possesses the strength of a divine lord. Ordinary divine lords are unable to resist him. However, he was still killed by me in the end. However, I don't know if he has any accomplices. Regarding this matter, I will send people to investigate the situation and thoroughly dig out the background of the intruder. As long as they invade our evil spirit divine realm, they must be punished by us. Let them know that our evil spirit race is not to be offended, and we will make them pay the price. Sanction, sanction, sanction. Pay the price. Pay the price. Pay the price." They all shouted loudly. They were infected by the evil spirit Domain Lord's words, causing them to become excited. They felt that their Domain Lord was an invincible existence. He had easily killed the invaders. After all, the invaders had destroyed several cities in a row, causing the people to be on tenterhooks. They were all worried that it would befall them and that they would not be able to resist it. Among the cities that had been destroyed, their overall strength was quite good. That was why they were worried that if they were to descend upon them, they would be easily destroyed without even having the chance to resist. Etianyin, who was below, was stunned. He had been destroyed. However, after thinking about it carefully, he immediately laughed. This was a matter of face. The evil spirit Domain Lord couldn't possibly say that the intruder had escaped, right? He could only say that he had destroyed it. If he attacked again next time, he could just say that it was another intruder. This way, he could protect his face and increase his prestige. Why not? Even so, we still need to strengthen our defenses. Before we investigate clearly, all of you must guard the evil spirit divine realm. If there is any emergency, immediately inform the elders, and then the elders will inform me. During this period of time, you will have to work harder, but I will get the elders to give you rewards. Once everything is investigated, I will make them pay the price and reward you with everything they have seized. The evil spirit region, Lord's gaze was ice cold. He definitely had to investigate this matter thoroughly. It had caused him to lose all his face. So how could he not investigate it thoroughly? If he couldn't find out the truth, He definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Thank you, Region Lord. One by one, the Lord of Heaven knelt down on the ground. Itianyan pretended to kneel down, but he laughed coldly in his heart. Find out about his situation? What situation could he be in? Who could possibly know the situation of a master of the three realms? The human race was extremely vast, and it was impossible to kill them all. Their statuses were basically low, and there was no way to find out who they were. Even if they searched for a long time, they would not be able to find any clues. Huang Xiaolong guessed that Huang Xiaolong must have gone to look for grade 3 God realm or something. After all, the cultivation he had displayed so far required him to be at least a grade 3 God realm. Shortly after, the evil spirit region lord waved his hand, and many pill bottles fell into their hands. The portions were all the same. There was no difference. After throwing out a pile of elixirs, they quickly threw out a large number of weapons, which landed in their hands. When they received the weapons, they realized that they were all medium-grade reincarnation-level weapons. Those with higher cultivations would receive high-grade reincarnation-level weapons. Some of them even managed to obtain low-tier Heaven's Tao artifacts. Some even got low-grade Heavenly Law-level weapons. Among them, Itianyan got a low-grade Heavenly Law-level weapon. It could be said that he was quite generous. There were many Lord of Heaven present, at least tens of thousands of them. It was quite generous to throw out so many treasures at once. After receiving these treasures, the Lord of Heaven was very satisfied. The key was the latter half of the sentence. If they could find out where the invaders were from, they would get even more. So what if they worked a little harder? It was their honor to be able to work for the evil spirit region lord. After the excitement, they went back to their own matters and returned to their posts. Just as Itianyan was about to leave, Elder Tesso sent him a voice transmission. Don't leave in a hurry, stay. Itianyan stopped, and his heart sank. Is he going to ask about the goddess? Was it about Ji Shuelian? If he were to summon Ji Shuelian, she would really not be by his side. However, he did not run away. Instead, he calmly walked over and came in front of Elder Tesso. Elder Tesso, what's the matter? Itianyan asked. Your breakthrough speed is not bad, and your previous achievements are also not bad. Let's meet the Lord first and ask him to give you some pointers, Elder Tesso said with a smile. Itianyan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he wanted the evil spirit region Lord to give him pointers instead of summoning Ji Shuelian. Immediately, Elder Tesso brought him to the evil spirit region Lord and knelt down together with him. Greetings, Lord, Itianyan shouted. The evil spirit region Lord carefully sized him up. After a moment, he nodded and said, Not bad. It seems that you have a small opportunity. After consuming the dark spirit fruit and strengthening your body, your cultivation is quite good. Your overall situation is very good. As a candidate for the Divine Son, you are not bad. The evil spirit region Lord did not exaggerate, but it was quite amazing that this evaluation came from a heavenly venerable. Thank you for your praise, Lord, Itianyan said. This is your reward. The evil spirit region Lord flicked his hand, and a ball of light fell into Itianyan's head. To be exact, it fell into the head of the evil spirit puppet. Itianyan immediately sensed that it was a middle-grade, heavenly path martial art. It was a cultivation method specifically for the dark saint body, and it was quite suitable for his cultivation. Thank you, Lord. Itianyan pretended to be extremely grateful and thanked him. Come and find me when your cultivation breaks through to the 5th level Divine Lord. At that time, I will make you my personal disciple, the evil spirit region Lord said solemnly. Itianyan immediately reacted and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord, for your nurturing. I will definitely live up to your expectations and make a breakthrough in my cultivation. Elder Tesso and the others' eyes lit up. It was rare to see the evil spirit region Lord accept a personal disciple, which made them extremely envious. If he became a personal disciple, he would definitely become the next lord. However, Tianyin smiled coldly. This was the result he wanted. He would sneak in as a spy and then kill them from the inside. Chapter 1281. After giving out the rewards, the evil spirit territory lord did not say anything else and gestured for Tianyin to leave. Elder Tesso did not ask Tianyin about Ji Shuilian. The evil spirit territory lord was the most powerful here, so he might as well talk to the evil spirit territory lord. After they all left, the evil spirit territory lord snorted coldly, his face as cold as frost. Where did this intruder come from? He actually had such an encirclement and was able to escape from my taboo black screen. The evil spirit territory lord had already spread a soundproof barrier around them. Other than the many elders, no one could hear what they were saying. The evil spirit territory lord did not hide the truth from the elders. This was a very serious matter, and he definitely had to discuss it with the elders. As for the other clansmen, he would definitely focus on appeasing them. The elders were the core, so it was normal to discuss it with them. According to the intelligence, the other party only has the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. This reminds me of the human who saved the divine spirit race before. It's very likely that it's the same person. His ability to escape is top-notch, and he escaped from my seal in the blink of an eye. Elder Tesso recalled that time and was very suspicious that it was the same person. This time he ran back and forth, and it was already over before he even saw a shadow. They were not like the evil spirit territory lord, who could travel such a long distance in one breath, so they could only use the teleportation array. The evil spirit territory lord was able to travel so far because he controlled the core power of the evil spirit divine realm. He was the master of the evil spirit divine realm. So how could he not be fast? If it was another divine realm, he would not be so perverted. If reinforcements came, Tianyin would have destroyed a city long ago and gone to another city. The evil spirit territory lord raised his hand, and a phantom image appeared in the void. It was the scene of his battle with Tianyin. The image showed Tianyin's appearance very clearly. In fact, it was the evil spirit territory lord who displayed the memories in his mind for them to see clearly. It doesn't seem to be the same person. Elder Tesso shook his head, but after carefully sensing it, the aura is quite similar. Could it be the same person? It should be the same person, but they changed their appearance so that we can't find them. The evil spirit region lord said in a deep voice, "It seems that the person who came is still very prepared. It will be more difficult to find him. However, I will carefully investigate the background of the intruder according to this situation. To be able to escape from my hands, they are all below the divine lord level. It's very likely that they are relying on some treasure. Generally, those who could possess such a treasure were definitely very powerful Empyrean spirit treasures. But the Lord of Heaven can't use an Empyrean spirit treasure. There is only one possibility, and that is that his master or someone like that poured their own energy into his body to temporarily control it. Empyrean spirit treasures couldn't be used by those below the Empyrean realm. But this wasn't absolute. As long as an Empyrean poured the corresponding energy into their disciple's body, they would be able to use it. It wasn't possible to use it often, but it shouldn't be a problem to use it a few times. But if he did that, it would be too bold. If he was caught and the Empyrean spirit treasure was snatched away, that would make one's heart ache. If that's the case, isn't it a little risky? Elder Tesso said solemnly, "Otherwise, what kind of treasure do you think can escape from my taboo black screen, other than an Empyrean spirit treasure? I don't think there is any level of treasure that can escape from my hands." The evil spirit region lord said sternly, "Indeed, if that's the case, this Empyrean is really generous." Elder Tesso said solemnly, "Or perhaps they have absolute confidence in being able to escape, so they let them do whatever they want. It's also possible that they obtained an Empyrean spirit treasure by chance. At the same time, They also obtained a portion of the energy that can provide them for a period of time. Another elder voiced his guess. That's also possible. The evil spirit region lord said solemnly, no matter what, let's start investigating the Empyrean of the rank 3 divine realm first. I want to see who is so arrogant as to dare come to our evil spirit divine realm to cause trouble. He fiercely slammed the stone table beside him, turning it into powder. Right, invading our evil spirit divine realm, no matter what faction it is. We will pursue it to the end. Their eyes were filled with anger. Who dared to invade them? Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would kill their way out. Just as they were about to make their vows to investigate the invaders' forces, a message suddenly appeared in their communication pendants. Reporting to Elder. An invader has slaughtered Sieshu City. What? They immediately jumped up and hurriedly shouted to the evil spirit region lord. Lord, that invader is here again. Now he has already begun to destroy Sieshu City. If we don't rescue him, the city will be destroyed soon. A slap in the face, a heavy slap in the face. They had just said that the invader had been killed, and now they were immediately slapped in the face. Moreover, it had come so quickly that they could not believe it. What's going on? I clearly investigated every detail and every corner, but I didn't find any traces of him. Why did he suddenly attack? Could it be that his concealment ability has already exceeded the range of my detection? The evil spirit region lord did not say anything else. He immediately broke through space and charged towards where Yi Tianyin was. Yi Tianyin had learned his lesson this time. He had not even destroyed half of it, and he immediately used the teleportation divine stone to teleport away. When the evil spirit region lord rushed over, he discovered that Yi Tianyin had already disappeared. He had no idea where he had escaped to. Damn it, he actually fled immediately this time. The evil spirit region lord was furious, completely furious. He had been thoroughly played, as if he had been ruthlessly toyed with. Lord, that invader has gone to another city to destroy. As expected, it's this guy. Aha! The evil spirit region lord was about to go crazy. He immediately continued to teleport out, wanting to kill Yi Tianyin. However, the result did not change. Yi Tianyin was very clever. He had already estimated the time it would take for the evil spirit region lord to teleport over. When he was ready, he immediately chose to escape. He had a lot of teleportation divine stones, so he was not afraid of the heartache at all. After exterminating a large number of evil spirit race, he would be able to earn it back immediately. He was not afraid of consumption at all. To him, this was a crazy harvest of experience, earning wave after wave of experience. It was really too much. If this continued, how difficult would it be to break through to the divine Lord realm? The level of the Lord of Heaven allowed him to return to the era when his cultivation soared. All the previous restrictions could only be slowed down. Now it was different. There was no such thing as a heavenly tribulation. He just had to rush all the way. He escaped again, this guy. The evil spirit region lord was completely enraged. His eyes flickered with a pitch-black light. Looks like I can only be forced to use my killer move. If I don't suppress it, my forces will be destroyed. Chapter 1282. Yi Tianyin kept switching places back and forth. The distance was very far, and he even intercepted a bunch of Lord of Heaven. After killing a lot of them, he immediately chose to escape. Originally, he gathered them for a meeting, but now he earned a lot. He harvested hundreds and thousands of Lord of Heaven at once. That experience directly skyrocketed, causing him to grin from ear to ear. Continue to level up. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyin. Successfully broke through to the 8th layer of Lord of Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyin. Successfully broke through to the 9th layer of Lord of Heaven. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyin. Successfully broke through to the peak of Lord of Heaven. After killing a lot of Lord of Heaven and a lot of evil spirit race, he finally let himself accumulate enough experience to continuously level up. so that he rushed to the peak of Lord of Heaven in one go. This kind of speed is really amazing. If others were to find out that one's cultivation could leap like this, they would definitely be scared silly. Originally, it was extremely difficult to level up, but here is the heaven of leveling up, as long as you kill all the way. At that time, the experience will be more and more, and you can easily level up. Ding successfully accepted the special leveling task, breakthrough to a new realm. After condensing the third planet, you can get 1,000 crazy point, 500 compression proficiency, and get the title Supreme God Monarch. You don't need to complete it. Directly breakthrough to God Monarch. Etienne's eyes lit up. There is such a breakthrough task, condensing the third planet. Condensing the third planet, and then get this title. I must do it. Etienne doesn't need to think about it. This kind of task must definitely be done. Not to mention the previous rewards. He is not unaware of the benefits brought by condensing the third planet. Plus the title. He doesn't need to look at it. He knows that the effect brought by this title is definitely crushing. For example, how strong the suppression power can be when facing God Monarch. This kind of thing, how can he not do it? It is much better than any equipment. It's about time. Let's continue. Etienne's figure flashed, and he disappeared. Soon he arrived at another city and continued to suppress them. There were many cities in the evil spirit divine realm, and he had only destroyed a small portion of them. It would not be a problem for him to destroy the entire evil spirit celestial realm by himself. It would just take a little more time. The question was, would the evil spirit region Lord be willing to let him continue killing them? He could only keep rushing back and forth, sweeping through everything in his path. As long as it wasn't an Empyrean, he wasn't afraid at all. Insolent Junior, come and die. At this time, 2 phantoms flashed in the void. Then they stretched out their hands, and an extremely thick sealing force immediately formed in the void. Immediately, a thick layer of sealing force was added to the inside and outside of the void. At the same time, another layer of forbidden darkness was added on the outside. 2 extremely violent suppressive forces pressed down from above, causing Etienne's scalp to go numb. 2 Empyreans. Etienne narrowed his eyes and looked up at the sky. Apart from the evil spirit region lord, there was also an equally handsome evil spirit beside him. It seemed that he was the previous evil spirit region lord. Both of them were Empyrean level, but the new one's cultivation had already reached the late-stage Empyrean level. He was 1 level stronger than the evil spirit region lord. With the 2 Empyreans joining forces, they directly suppressed him, broke through the void at an even faster speed, and then sealed him again. I didn't expect a junior to make me come out of seclusion. The previous evil spirit region lord looked at Etienne and shook his head, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Master, I can't seal him. Even if I use the forbidden darkness, I can't seal him. Therefore, I can only rely on your help. Otherwise, I won't be able to capture him. He has brought too many losses to our evil spirit celestial realm, so I can only ask you to come out of seclusion. The evil spirit region lord was very respectful. Forget it. I'd like to see if he can escape from 2 Empyrean spiritual treasures. Empyrean Fey, Tay looked down coldly. At the same time, he quickly controlled a powerful force and pressed it toward Etienne, wanting to capture him alive. They didn't want to die. They just wanted to capture Etienne and search his soul fiercely to find out everything. They wanted to see who sent him here. He was actually so arrogant and dared to cause trouble in their faction. Facing the pressure of the 2 Empyrean spiritual treasures, Etienne immediately felt the pressure. Without any hesitation, he immediately used teleportation to escape. As expected, he discovered that teleportation was ineffective. He was firmly locked here, unable to escape. If he could still escape after being sealed by 2 Empyrean spiritual treasures, then he would really be too useless. Even though his cultivation had broken through, he couldn't successfully escape. His spiritual consciousness was completely sealed, unable to penetrate the seal of the Empyrean's spiritual treasures. However, this had nothing to do with spiritual consciousness. Teleportation was still too low level. He needed a higher level to escape. Upgrade teleportation. Ding, successfully deducted 3,000 crazy compression point. Upgraded to 8th level teleportation. Greatly enhanced the ability to penetrate the seal. The range of teleportation is 3 times the distance of spiritual consciousness exploration. The next level requires 8,000 crazy compression point. He just finished upgrading it last time, and this time he needs to upgrade it again. But he also made a lot of money. He killed so many evil spirit race and got enough crazy point to fill this loophole. If he didn't have enough crazy point, he really wouldn't dare to mess around. If he was really caught, then he would be in big trouble. Go! Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and in the next moment he disappeared in the same place, completely escaped from their line of sight. Everything was so untraceable. Not even half of his figure disappeared. The moment he escaped, the 2 Empyrean spiritual treasures compressed him. But the result was that they collided with each other, and nothing was sealed. He escaped. Empyrean Fei Te frowned. He didn't expect that 2 Empyrean spiritual treasures, plus 2 Empyrean spiritual treasures, couldn't catch the Lord of Heaven. The evil spirit domain lord was even more furious. He can still escape. What's going on? Is it a middle Empyrean spiritual treasure or an upper Empyrean spiritual treasure? Even under the seal of the 2 of us, he can still escape. The evil spirit domain lord was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Especially Empyrean Fei Te. He just woke up from his seclusion, and the price was not small. Now they didn't catch him, and he escaped, and they lost so much. It made them so depressed that they want to vomit blood. Only a middle Empyrean spiritual treasure can escape from our seal. Empyrean Fei Te said with a complicated look. Generally, Empyreans will not appear within the 3rd grade god domain. They will only stay in the 4th grade god domain. Could it be that he was sent by the 4th grade god domain to cause trouble? Chapter 1283. The escape of the intruder made them calm down quickly, and they began to think about whether it was the work of a rank 4 god realm. If it was really the work of a rank 4 god realm, they would not dare to pursue the matter. The power of a rank 4 god realm was beyond their imagination. They would be dead with just a slap. Although they also had a backer, if another rank 4 god realm targeted them, the higher-ups would not be able to take care of them. After all, who knew which rank 4 god realm it was? They would just play around and see what they could do. It shouldn't be a rank 4 god realm. If it was, would they play such tricks? Or would they send more people over? Maybe they provoked someone and kept coming to ambush us. Heavenly Venerable Fei Te thought about it and shook his head in the end. He felt that it was unlikely to be a rank 4 god realm. A rank 4 god realm was too exaggerated. It was not something they could reach. But how did they escape from our 2 great seals? Without a mid-level Heavenly Venerable Spirit treasure or above, it's basically impossible to escape. The evil spirit territory lord shook his head, still finding it unbelievable. There are many unknowns in this world. Anyway, let's wait and see what changes there are. I won't go into seclusion for now, and will stay outside for a while. With the 2 of us in charge, as long as there is a slight situation, we can immediately rush over to chase. We can't seal the 2 great spirit treasures, but we have other ways to seal them. Heavenly Venerable Fei Te's eyes were cold. As Heavenly Venerables, it was impossible that they did not have other means. If that was all they had really underestimated them. Yes, I don't believe that we can't even capture a junior. The evil spirit territory lord said sternly. At the same time, in another corner, Yi Tianyun had already quickly changed into his evil spirit puppet state. He would not worry even if the evil spirit territory lord were to investigate. They did not expect that there would be such a puppet that could do this. The power of 2 Heavenly Venerables, Is this the power of the evil spirit territory? Itianyan shook his head. Obviously, he could not continue to cause trouble. That heavenly venerable Fei Te was too powerful, and the speed at which he intercepted was astonishing. He did not even feel anything, and the other party had already charged over. This meant that it seemed unlikely for him to run around and fool the evil spirit domain lord the moment. The other party could easily intercept him, and then it would be his turn to escape. Since that was the case, he could only temporarily give up. Looks like I can only put it aside for now. I'll make further plans after my cultivation base has improved. Tianyin flew out of the evil spirit celestial realm directly. This was the only way to prove that he had left the evil spirit celestial realm. If he suddenly disappeared, he would definitely be suspected. It was fine if he disappeared for a short period of time, but if he disappeared for too long, he would be suspected. Therefore, he had to leave this place first and fly outside. This was an extraordinary period, but the evil spirit divine realm would not stop all the evil spirit race from going out. They could not even go out and were trapped here. It was a little too harsh. After he left, the evil spirit race held a meeting at the same time. The main point was to discuss the power of the Fanyu evil spirit race. The Fanyu evil spirit race's forces had all been destroyed. How could these elders not be furious? Very soon, they sent people to encircle and annihilate them. However, this was not under Yi Tianyan's control. Everything was under Yu Ming's control. After leaving the evil spirit celestial realm, he immediately used the teleportation divine stone to return to the heavenly spring celestial realm. Back here, everything was so familiar and there were not many changes. He had not been away for long, so there naturally could not be any major changes. After returning, he immediately rushed to the Domain Lord's celestial palace. Previously, the colored glazed Domain Lord had said that once he broke through to the Lord of Heaven's cultivation base, he could go and find her. She would bring Tianyin to a place. Now that Tianyin was about to break through to the Lord God level, it was a little late. I wonder where the colored glazed Domain Lord will bring me? Tianyin did not know where the colored glazed Domain Lord wanted to bring him, but it would definitely not be a simple place. Previously, it was said that only the Lord of Heaven could go there, and that was the lowest standard. Just as he was about to go, he suddenly received a message on his token. Moreover, there were many messages at once. Elder Dong Yin wants me to go back? Tianyin did not know what was going on, so he flew back to the God Creation Palace first. These communication tokens would only be effective when the distance was not very far. Since he had just returned, the messages that he had previously released naturally came flooding in. Shortly after, he returned to the God Creation Palace. Just as he returned, there were a few senior brothers standing guard outside. Among them, the Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven and the Imperial Dragon Lord of Heaven were standing guard outside. When they saw him return, they hurriedly walked over and said, "Little junior brother, you are finally back. Elder Dong Yin has been waiting for too long." "What happened?" Tianyin asked curiously. "It's a grade 3 god realm. An emissary from a grade 3 god realm is here and specifically said that he wants to recruit you as a disciple. Furthermore, he will give you extremely generous treatment and rewards." That's right. He mentioned so many rewards that I feel dizzy just listening to him. What heavenly Tao grade martial arts, all sorts of heavenly Tao grade treasures, and he will focus on nurturing you. I'm so envious. And it's not just one family, but a few grade 3 god realm emissaries. They have been waiting here for a long time. The two of them rattled off a bunch of information. In general, they were saying that a grade 3 god realm emissary had come to recruit him as a disciple and that he would receive extremely generous treatment. As expected, they still came. His name had spread throughout the heavenly spring god realm and even to the other god realms. Normally, grade 3 god realms that paid attention to the situation would immediately know that a genius had appeared and would naturally send an emissary down. No wonder they were so anxious. It turned out that a grade 3 God realm emissary had come. Is that so? Then let them wait a little longer, Tianyin said with a smile and walked inside the building. It seemed like they did not know that the Region Lord Glazed Glass had made him swear not to join any grade 3 God realm. He did not want to become cannon fodder. Even if his cultivation had increased, it would still be nothing when the war between the God realms began. A heavenly venerable would appear. He had seen the strength of a heavenly venerable before. It was too difficult to resist, and he would basically be crushed. Little junior brother. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt that Tianyin was really domineering. That was a grade 3 God realm. If it were them, how could they refuse? They would immediately choose to join. The environment of a grade 3 God realm was far superior to that of a grade 2 God realm. It was better in every aspect. Then Tianyin lifted his foot and walked inside. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw the 3 emissaries sitting at the side, sipping tea without any interaction. They were all here to snatch someone, which meant that they were enemies. How could there be any interaction? Chapter 1284. The moment Tianyin walked in, their gazes landed on him. The 3 envoys all stood up and looked at him in shock. He broke through to the Lord of Heaven. They immediately sensed that Tianyin's cultivation was no longer that of an earth monarch, but that of a Lord of Heaven. This shocked them even more. Breaking through to the Lord of Heaven in such a short time, especially when it was a 9 refinements earth monarch, shocked them even more. After all, it was extremely difficult for a 9 refinements earth monarch to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Without confidence, no one would dare to casually break through. However, they didn't know that Tianyin's true situation was that he broke through to the 10 refinements earth monarch, which was even more tyrannical. Yes, I broke through to the Lord of Heaven. Tianyin smiled and sized them up. The 3 envoys' cultivation was not high. They were all above the 4th or 5th layer of the Lord of Heaven. However, as envoys, their cultivation was not bad and did not need to be high. The important thing was the power behind them, not themselves. Even if they were only Star Lords, everyone would be extremely respectful to them. The power behind them was enough to make them respect them. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. You're finally back. I don't know where you went. I couldn't contact you. When Elder Dongyin saw Tianyin return, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. I went out to train a little. Tianyin smiled. He couldn't possibly say that he went to the evil spirit race for a stroll, right? No matter what, it's good that you're back. All 3 of them are envoys from the 3rd grade God realm, and they said that they want to recruit you as their disciple. It's up to you to decide how you want to do it. Elder Dongyin said confidently as he didn't have the right to decide. Tianyin turned his attention to them, and just when he was about to say something, one of them immediately spoke up. If you join our Flowing Moon God region, we'll give you a mid-grade Heavenly Tao martial art and other Heavenly Tao treasures. We'll also give you the best place to cultivate and increase our efforts to nurture you. At the same time, you will directly become an inner disciple of our grade 3 God domain, with the goal of nurturing you into an extremely powerful God monarch. One of them immediately saw through it and threw out their current conditions without hesitation, especially the latter half of the sentence. It was much more important than any martial arts. The amount of resources needed to nurture a powerful God monarch was astonishing. The Heaven's Path martial art that Zhang Xian had mentioned earlier was just the beginning. Since they had just entered, they naturally had to first observe their performance before they would be given better things. Otherwise, it would be a little too exaggerated to immediately throw everything out. The Flowing Moon God realm, is this all you've got? If that's the case, you might as well join our Gold End God realm. Once you do, you'll be given high-tier Heaven's Tao martial arts, high-tier Heaven's Tao treasures, and cultivation grounds. We have great attainments in smithing, and we can definitely satisfy your needs in this aspect. As for later training, as long as you perform well enough, Any resources won't be a problem." The other one immediately blurted out. The conditions he mentioned were even more tempting. They were definitely the best. The last emissary at the side had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't care about the conditions they had proposed. The conditions that our illusory gold god realm provides are very simple. We guarantee that you can reach late-stage god monarch cultivation and have hopes of becoming a heavenly venerable in the future. The contents of this emissary's words were not much. It was not as complicated as the other two's, which was just a simple sentence. However, the contents were even more exciting. They guaranteed that he could be nurtured to late-stage god monarch, and even have a chance of becoming a heavenly venerable. Heavenly venerable, a synonym for supreme. Anyone would be attracted immediately. When the other two emissaries heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. This was not going according to the script at all. How were they supposed to play with such a contrast? This illusory gold god realm had already treated Itianyan as a key target to nurture, guaranteeing that he could break through to late-stage god monarch cultivation. How could such conditions not be tempting? When the Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven and the others heard this, they were going crazy with envy. It was extremely difficult to break through to the god monarch level, let alone the heavenly venerable level. When one reached the god monarch level, even breaking through was difficult, and it required a huge amount of resources. Otherwise, there would be no improvement at all. They all looked at Itianyan. This time, the main character was Itianyan, and everything was up to him. After listening to their conditions, Elder Donyan, who was at the side, was sure that Itianyan would definitely choose the illusory gold god realm. The emissary of the illusory gold god realm did not say anything, but the contents were absolutely explosive. If it were him, he would be extremely tempted. "Thank you for your invitation, but I don't want to join any third-grade god realm for the time being. I want to stay in the Heavenly Spring god realm." Itianyan smiled slightly and rejected their invitation. What? This time they were all shocked. The illusory gold god realm, which was originally full of confidence, was now dumbfounded. They had thrown out such tempting rewards, but he still rejected them like that? The Fire Lotus Lord of Heaven and the others widened their eyes. He rejected such generous conditions. Was his head kicked by a donkey? Itianyan also felt extremely helpless. If it wasn't for the colored glaze region Lord telling him not to join, he might really have joined. Even if it was a god realm battle, he was not afraid. Right now, his life-saving skills were top-notch. He was not afraid of a god realm battle at all. Instead, it could speed up his breakthrough. However, he would not go back on his promise to the colored glaze region lord. Staying in the heavenly spring god realm was still acceptable. This little brother, are you right? Did you not think carefully about the conditions of our illusory gold god realm? Or was it not detailed enough? Or did other emissaries from other god realms offer more generous conditions? The emissary from the illusory gold god realm found it hard to accept. That's not true. Even if other god realms come, I will reject them all. I will definitely not join any third-grade god realm. I will always stay in the heavenly spring god realm. If one day you see me join a third-grade god realm, feel free to look for me, Itianyan explained. This time, the three emissaries were speechless. They had already said this much. If they continued, it would be meaningless. Since that's the case, there's no other way. The three emissaries looked at them and snorted coldly. They waved their hands and left, not trying to persuade them to stay. They were third-grade god realms. They had sent people to recruit them, but they were rejected. If they did not want to join, then so be it. They would not force them. If they wanted to join again in the future, it would be difficult. They would not allow them to join even if they knelt on the ground. Even third-grade god realms had face. After rejecting them once, they would not invite them again. In the end, if they did not come, then there would be no more opportunities in the future. Come or not, it was up to them. After they left in anger, Elder East Cloud and the others came over and sighed. What are you doing? That's a third-grade god realm. Such a good opportunity was missed just like that. They were going crazy. Others had joined immediately, but Tianyin had rejected them. Chapter 1285. Was a grade 3 god realm good? If word of this got out, Tianyin would be scolded to death. A grade 3 god realm might not be the best, but it was at least 10 times stronger than a heavenly spring god realm. How could it not be good? They would definitely scold Tianyin for being short-sighted. If he rejected a grade 3 god realm, how could he expect to jump straight to a grade 4 god realm? A grade 4 god realm usually recruited from a grade 3 god realm. It was rare to see someone from a grade 2 god realm. That was because they all had a threshold. Grade 3 god realm was the lowest, and some didn't even bother to recruit a grade 3 god realm. Because there was a huge gap between the two, it was better to recruit around a grade 4 god realm instead of going back to a grade 3 god realm. Little junior brother, I don't know what to say. I can only say that you're strong enough. Yulong Lord of Heaven gave him a thumbs up. If it were him, he would have joined without a second thought. As for the 3 envoys, they would choose the illusory gold god realm. If there was only one, he would also join immediately. How could he give up such a precious opportunity? Once he joined a grade 3 god realm, he would receive all sorts of special training that far surpassed the treatment here. However, Tianyin had rejected such good treatment. That was the scariest part. Yulong Lord of Heaven and the others all thought the same. They felt that Tianyin was really amazing. He didn't even want to join a grade 3 god realm. If this is your decision, then work hard in your cultivation. Although the Heavenly Spring God realm is a bit weaker than a grade 3 god realm, if you focus on cultivation, you can still break through to a higher level. Elder East Cloud didn't blame Tianyin. Everyone had their own choices. There was no need to force things. Thank you for your concern, Elder East Cloud. Tianyin smiled gratefully. They didn't blame him too much. Everyone had their own path. It was a pity not to join, but one had to choose their own path. There was no point in forcing things. After they left, Tianyin was about to go to the Glaze Field Lord, but Elder Dongyin suddenly remembered something and asked, I almost forgot to ask you something. I can't see through your cultivation now. I don't know what your current cultivation is. Is he the first layer of the Lord of Heaven or the second layer? I need to consolidate this level of cultivation. My cultivation, Tianyin said with a smile. My cultivation is now at the peak of Heavenly Monarch Realm. I don't need to say anything else. Elder, I'll go look for Region Lord Colored Glaze first. The Region Lord told me that when I break through to the Lord of Heaven, she'll bring me to a place. With that, he turned and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Elder Dongyin. What's going on? The Lord of Heaven has reached the pinnacle? What a freak! How did he cultivate? This kid wouldn't lie to me, right? Elder Dongyin was shocked by Tianyin's words. The Lord of Heaven had reached the pinnacle of the Lord of Heaven? How long had it been? With this level of cultivation, he had already left the Lord of Heaven and the others in the dust. Where was the promised little junior brother? Now his cultivation base could instantly kill them. They weren't even on the same level anymore. No wonder he rejected the offer of a grade 3 god realm. Could it be that he met a senior while training outside? Elder Dongyin clapped his hands in excitement. Turning his head to look around, he muttered to himself, I can't let this matter get out. If it gets out, it will attract even more grade 3 god realm experts. In Huang Xiaolong's opinion, the current grade 3 god realm was nothing. The master behind Tianyin was the most important. Tianyin soon arrived at the domain Lord's Divine Palace. After reporting his arrival, the guards led him in. After circling around several times, he arrived at the empty Divine Hall. The guard indicated for him to wait here. He didn't move and waited for a while. Before long, Domain Lord Valerium emerged from the water core. Her eyes lit up when she saw Huang Xiaolong. "You've broken through so quickly? I thought you'd need more time to prepare." Yi Tianyin was also looking at her. Her condition had stabilized. She had completely recovered from her previous exhaustion. In fact, her condition was much better than before. "Greetings, Lord Valerium." Yi Tianyin cupped his fists. "Let's skip the formalities." Domain Lord Valerium waved her hand and smiled. "It looks like you're ready." "Yes, this disciple is ready. We can set off at any time," Yi Tianyin said. "And your cultivation base is almost there. If you had come a little later, I would have set off. Next time, it will be some time before we can set off together." Domain Lord Valerium smiled. "What a coincidence. How long will it take for us to set off?" Yi Tianyin inquired. "We'll set off in about a month. If you don't have anything else to do, come cultivate with me. We'll set off together." Domain Lord Valerium said. "Many thanks, Lord Valerium." Yi Tianyin nodded, not bothering to stand on ceremony. Then the two of them went down together. Domain Lord Valerium didn't ask any questions. As long as his cultivation base reached the required level, she would bring him along. "Lord Valerium, the grade 3 God Realm envoys came to look for me, but I rejected them all." Yi Tianyin said from the side, "I'm aware of this. It might seem like you're at a disadvantage, but I think you'll soon realize that you won't be at a disadvantage." Domain Lord Valerium smiled faintly. "Especially after you come with me, there'll be a God Realm war." Domain Lord Valerium paid close attention to the matters here. Moreover, a grade 3 God Realm envoy came to recruit him. If she didn't know about such a big matter, then she wouldn't be a domain lord, unless she was in closed-door cultivation and didn't have time to come out. There's nothing to be at a disadvantage about. To me, cultivating in the heavenly spring God realm isn't any worse than cultivating in a grade 3 God realm. Yi Tianyin smiled. His cultivation method was different. As long as he was given enough freedom, nothing would be a problem. If these words of yours were to spread, wouldn't you become a laughingstock? Everyone knows that a grade 3 God realm is much stronger than a grade 2 God realm. Yet you still dare to say such words. Domain Lord Valerium smiled. However, if I didn't know about that mysterious area, I wouldn't be able to compare. When the time comes, you'll know that the resources I'm offering are not even something a grade 3 God realm can offer. Yi Tianyin's eyes lit up. It seemed like it was a holy land for cultivation, or some special place. Domain Lord Valerium didn't explain in detail, choosing to keep him guessing. After all, it was useless to say it out loud. It was better to see it with his own eyes and explain in detail. When they reached the edge of the water core, Yi Tianyin and Domain Lord Valerium sat in meditation to cultivate. Yi Tianyin also slowly absorbed the energy from the water core. The only thing he gained was experience points. It couldn't expand the water core in his body. At this time, he was more concerned about what kind of elemental core he should condense. The third core was extremely important. There must be no conflict. Chapter 1286. The Glaze Region Master was cultivating at the side, while Yi Tianyin was thinking about what kind of core to condense. He didn't think for long before he slapped his thigh. What's there to think about? Don't I have 3 cores now? Yi Tianyin was pleasantly surprised. Condense that thunder core into a planet. That's 2 birds with 1 stone. There's no need to think about it at all. He had a thunder core in his body that was forcefully given to him by the heavenly tribulation when he was breaking through it. If he used it for cultivation, he could directly form a planet. There was no need to specially absorb anything. To condense a core into a planet, not only did the core have to be big enough, but it also had to be balanced in all aspects. The core was the core, and the planet was the planet. This was the same principle as when he condensed his second planet and condensed his life core. There was no problem condensing it, but when he condensed it, he realized that the two clashed. Now the thunder core was the same. There was no problem at all. When it condensed into a planet, he wouldn't know the real situation. Let's try it first. The thunder core and the water core seemed to have a mutually reinforcing effect. To condense a planet, there had to be a mutually reinforcing effect. As for the counter effect, there definitely was. For example, the thunder element was somewhat of a counter to the wood element. As long as the two elements were separated, they could coexist harmoniously. If the two elements countered each other and caused a conflict, it would be troublesome. It could easily cause a lot of trouble. It might even cause the collapse of other planets. After careful consideration, Tianyin finally decided to condense the thunder core into a solid form. He didn't think too much and immediately began to condense the thunder core in his body. After continuously injecting energy into it, the thunder core rapidly grew bigger and started to condense a planet. At this time, the water core at the side, as well as the water planet, continuously released energy to provide energy to the thunder core. With the help of the two energy bodies, the thunder core began to condense rapidly. It was much faster than before. There's hope. Tianyin was pleasantly surprised, seeing other elements coming to help. It meant that the compatibility between the two elements was not bad. This way, the breakthrough effect would undoubtedly be better. As he continued to condense, the planet became bigger and bigger. On the planet that had just condensed, there were dense lightning bolts raging in the surroundings. It looked very violent, as if it could split a nearby planet in half at any time. Tianyin carefully controlled the planet of thunder to move to the side. They left Jupiter and came to the edge of Mercury to grow. He did not want to cause a conflict. It would be troublesome if his body exploded. Under his careful control, the situation of the lightning planet in his body became more and more stable. The initial irascibility quickly became docile. However, on the surface, it was still a terrifying lightning that wreaked havoc. It would be extremely difficult to have any life inside. It looked like an energy sphere. What kind of life could survive inside? If there was one, it must be the type that was extremely resistant to lightning. Power of lightning. At this moment, the Lioli region lord sensed something strange and woke up. She turned to look at Tianyin. What he saw was the surface of Tianyin's body. It was filled with the power of lightning, and it looked like it was not weak at all. What's going on? He's still cultivating the power of lightning? The Lioli region lord did not expect that Tianyin was condensing the planet of thunder. Instead, she thought that Tianyin was cultivating the power of lightning. A cultivator's body could have several elemental powers. Some were born with it, and some cultivated it themselves in the later stages. Most people who had multiple elemental powers cultivated it themselves in the later stages. They would not be born with many elemental powers. As for condensing more than one planet, it was even more difficult. It was simply impossible. They had never seen the existence of two planets. They all only had one planet. The existence of more than one planet was extremely easy to explode, and it was easy for problems to arise. The Lioli region lord frowned. She did not advocate the cultivation of multiple elemental powers. If there was extra time, it would be better to strengthen oneself instead of cultivating multiple elemental powers. After all, Tianyin cultivated the water element previously. If he were to mix in the lightning element, wouldn't that be nonsense? However, Tianyin was still cultivating, so she did not disturb him. When he wakes up, I must teach him a lesson. The Lioli region lord nodded. Tianyin did not know that the Lioli region lord had a problem with him. Instead, he continued to concentrate on condensing the planet. However, in the continuous condensing process, he realized that he did not have enough energy. To be precise, the power of lightning was insufficient. When he condensed it to a certain size, he could not go up anymore. Even if he had energy like the water core, he could not continue condensing it. This meant that he either had to absorb the power of lightning or absorb the lightning core to condense it. It seems that I can't continue. I have to absorb it. Etianyan thought that he could condense it here. It seemed that he was too naive. When he woke up, it was almost time. There were only a few days left. At this moment, the Lioli region lord stood up and looked at him. Are you cultivating the power of lightning? This, more or less. Etianyan was stunned by the sudden question from the Lioli region lord. Don't cultivate this. It will affect your other progress. Trust me. Give up on this power of lightning. The Lioli region lord said earnestly. It is not a good thing to cultivate too much. You are quite talented now. It will be fine if you focus on 1 or 2 attributes. It will be chaotic if you cultivate too much. I will seriously consider this. Etianyan nodded and did not directly refuse. The Lioli region lord felt helpless. Hearing what Etianyan said, she knew that he would not give up. Forget it, forget it. It is up to you. I am not your master. I can't control so much. The Lioli region lord said in a deep voice. Prepare to leave. Are you ready? Her attitude suddenly turned cold. It was obvious that she was very dissatisfied with Etianyan for not listening to her. In her opinion, Etianyan's cultivation was wrong. As a god monarch expert, she knew a little more. Naturally, she could not stand it. Etianyan did not explain anything. He knew that the Lioli region lord's persuasion was for his own good. But his situation was different. If he did not do this, he would not be able to break through to a higher level, especially since their thoughts were deeply rooted in their minds. Who would believe that there was a 10 refining earth monarch? Who would believe that there was a 10 refining earth monarch? Chapter 1287. Disciple is ready. We can depart at any time. Etianyan smiled and didn't explain anything. What Lioli region mistress thought was her business. It had nothing to do with him. Then let's depart now. You should control your strength. Don't let anything happen. Lioli region mistress was still worried, so she reminded him. Region mistress, this is something I can control. There won't be any problems. Etianyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lioli region mistress was really worried about him. Okay, then let's depart now. Region mistress Lioli brought him along as they left the divine palace. She boarded her own spirit boat and flew towards the outside, as expected of a region mistress level spirit boat. It was a mid-grade, heavenly law level spirit boat. Its price was shocking. Its speed was shocking. However, no matter how shocking it was, it couldn't be compared to Etianyan's teleportation divine stone, which could arrive in an instant. Of course, he had to get the coordinates first. Otherwise, he would have to fly there obediently. Since the teleportation divine stone was very useful, Etianyan bought a lot of teleportation divine stones and set the coordinates one by one. Each teleportation divine stone could set 10 coordinates, so he had to buy a few more. Along the way, Lioli region mistress didn't talk to Etianyan. It wasn't that Etianyan's refusal made her unhappy, so she ignored Etianyan. It was because there wasn't much to talk about. A junior was beside her, so there was nothing to talk about. Unless their cultivation was the same, then there would be a chance for them to talk. Now that their cultivation wasn't equal, and there was some friction, they were too lazy to talk. Time passed quickly. The spirit boat flew for a month, but they still hadn't reached their destination. Etianyan observed the situation outside. He knew that they had already left the heavenly spring divine domain and were flying to another divine domain. As for where they were headed, Etianyan didn't know. In short, it was definitely not a simple place. If even Lioli region mistress had an effect on it, it definitely wouldn't be simple. Both of them were meditating and cultivating, and this was how they usually spent their time. Thus, time did not feel unbearable, and it could be said that time passed very quickly. After flying for half a month, the Lioli region master finally opened her eyes. She looked at him and said, "It's almost time." We're about to reach the surrounding area of our destination. Etianyan opened his eyes. He was surrounded by rubble. It looked very chaotic. He had no idea where he was. Where is this place? Etianyan asked curiously. This is the desolate realm of gods, a place with a lot of rocks. You could say that no area is normal. Rocks are everywhere. If we are not careful, even an Earth monarch would be severely injured, Region Lord Glazed explained. Etianyan nodded. He could see this point. The flying speed of the rubble outside was too fast. Ordinary Earth monarchs wouldn't be able to dodge it. He did not expect that there would be such a dangerous god territory. It was completely different from the other god territories. Through observation, there were no signs of life in the surroundings, only rocks flying everywhere. As for planets, at least for now, there was not a single one. No wonder it was said that only the Lord of Heaven could come here. Even an Earth monarch of the 6 or 7 refinements might not be able to withstand this rubble. The safest thing was the Lord of Heaven's cultivation. When the rubble came, he would be able to withstand it. What kind of special cultivation place is there? Etianyan asked curiously. There is a special cultivation place. To be precise, it is a celestial venerate historical site. There are inheritances left by celestial venerates and many insights. More importantly, there is indeed a special place filled with celestial venerate power. It allows us to carefully comprehend the celestial venerate power and strengthen our cultivation in this area, Region Lord Glazed explained. Filled with celestial venerate power. Etianyan was shocked. There was such a special environment. This reminded him of the celestial venerate path. However, the celestial venerate path had a cultivation limit. Not everyone could enter it. Therefore, when they found the celestial venerate path, they could only be envious. Yes, because the pressure there is greater without the Lord of Heaven's cultivation. You will not be able to withstand it. The Lord of Heaven is only the most basic cultivation. If it is a little higher, it will undoubtedly be better. Let me remind you first. When the time comes, you must listen to my orders. Do whatever I tell you to do. Do not act on your own, understand? Region Lord Glazed was unprecedentedly serious. This proved that the place they were going to was extremely dangerous. If she was not careful, even she would die there. When Region Lord Glazed returned with a pale face, it was the best proof. This disciple understands. Etianyan would definitely not act recklessly. This place was so unfamiliar. Even if he wanted to act recklessly, it would depend on the situation. Immediately, Region Lord Glazed took out 2 masks, one of which she handed to Etianyan and said, "This is a mask to conceal our identity. It will not let other cultivators know which god realm we come from, to avoid other disputes." There are other god realm cultivators? Etianyan frowned. He thought it was just the 2 of them. It seemed that she was not the only one who knew about this place. Yes, and there are many of them. They come from different god realms, but they are all like this. They hide themselves very well, so that others cannot tell where they come from. Region Lord Glaze said in a deep voice, "This way, if there are any treasures, it will undoubtedly be much easier to take action." Her eyes flashed with cold light. Either she had encountered this kind of thing before, or she had seen others encounter this kind of thing. Etianyan nodded. No wonder she would wear a mask. If they killed the powerhouses of the other forces like this, the other party would not be able to find out their identity. So naturally there was no way to pursue the matter. The most frightening thing was revenge. Those who came here were not ordinary people. If they were not careful, they could provoke a big force. In short, when the time comes, follow me. Our goal is to cultivate and absorb the power of celestial venerables. As for the other treasures, we do not need to worry about them for the time being. Region Lord Glazed looked at him and said, "The most important thing for you now is to feel the power of celestial venerables. You are through the celestial venerables path, but in this aspect the more the better. No one will complain that it is too little. This disciple understands. Tianyin nodded. It seemed that there would not be any conflict this time. They were simply going there to cultivate and absorb. It was impossible that someone would attack them, right? After flying for a while, Regin Lord Glazed pulled him out of the spirit boat and quickly put the spirit boat into the storage space. At the same time, she waved her hand and smashed the rocks that were crashing over into powder. They had just come down, and there were already so many rocks attacking them. It was indeed very dangerous. Chapter 1288. Although Tianyin wanted to say that he could handle it himself, the Liuli Territory Lord dragged him along and destroyed the rocks on the side together, so he was more than happy to do so. Therefore, he did not say much and let the Liuli Territory Lord lead him forward. After passing through one area of rubble after another, a special sealed space appeared in front of him. There wasn't a single piece of rock in this area, but the surrounding area was densely packed with rocks that surrounded this sealed space. There were too many rocks there, dozens of times more than outside. It could be said that they formed a thick wall that blocked the outside. Break! The Liuli Territory Lord rushed forward with him, and with a sudden wave of her hand, the rocks in front of them were smashed into powder. Immediately, the two of them went in with a swoosh. After they disappeared, the rocks on the side were filled up again, and in the blink of an eye, the area returned to its original state. After entering, Tianyin immediately felt that he was in a special space. There was no flow of energy around him, and everything was so calm. It felt like he had entered a space with nothing. If it was not for the huge statue in front of him, he would really think that he had come to the wrong place. There was a huge statue in front of him that was as big as a planet. The statue maintained a cross-legged posture and just sat in the void. There were circles of energy around the void that wrapped around the huge statue, making it look very sacred. Such a huge statue! How could it be here? When Tianyin saw the huge statue, he was shocked. He did not know who built such a huge statue there. The statue's appearance could not be seen clearly at all. He felt like he was going blind when he looked up and took a few more glances at it. He hurriedly lowered his head and did not dare to continue to look at the statue. I can't see the statue's appearance at all. The energy is too strong. Tianyin was shocked and felt very shocked. How was he looking at a statue? It was like looking at a heavenly master. Although he had fought with two ultimate gods, he had never had a head-on confrontation. The power displayed by this statue was far from what the evil spiritualist territory Lord could compare with. It felt like they were several levels stronger than the evil spirit region Lord. It was very likely that this was the statue of an upper Empyrean. Otherwise it wouldn't be so dazzling. Looks like you've improved quite a bit. You can look at this heavenly sovereign statue a few more times. The colored glaze region master didn't dare to look too much either. She lowered her head and looked down. She didn't dare to raise her head and look at the celestial, venerable statue. It's all right, but I can't look at it directly for too long. The power of its might is too strong. I don't know why the statue is here, and it's so huge. Tianyin shook his head. He couldn't even see the statue clearly. He could only see the body, not the face. This is the Empyrean statue. Legend has it that the Upper Empyrean passed away here and became this huge statue, Region Master Glaze explained. An Upper Empyrean died here? Tianyin was startled. He asked doubtfully, upper-level heavenly venerables. Logically speaking, their lifespans are already extremely long. Although they can't be said to be immortal, they can at least live for a very long time, right? Nothing is absolute. Even Empyreans have their own problems, Region Master Glaze explained. The glazed Region Master explained. Moreover, this is just a rumor. Who knows if an upper-level celestial venerable passed away here? In this statue, it's like a huge tower. The higher you climb, the more benefits you can obtain. It's just that this statue isn't that easy to climb. This time I brought you here to experience it so that you can break through faster, so I won't climb up. Region Master Glaze said as she flew forward with him. Along the way, Tianyin saw many cultivators around him, all flying towards the entrance. The entrance of the statue was on the legs of the Empyrean statue where it was sitting cross-legged. There was a small opening. The cultivation of these powerhouses who came are really not low. Tianyin sized up the cultivators around him. They were all Lord of Heaven and above. Among them, there were loners whose cultivation was above the 6th or 7th stage of the God-Monarch realm, or even higher. There were also experts like the Regent Lord Colored Glaze who brought people over. There was a God-Monarch expert who brought a few Heaven Monarchs over. They didn't fight each other. They all flew in separately. Everyone's actions were the same. They came here to comprehend the power of an Empyrean or to climb up. As there was no conflict of interest, they definitely wouldn't fight. Yes, there are still many cultivators who come here. Generally, there won't be any conflicts. Unless you deliberately provoke others, there won't be any problems. Regent Master Glaze brought him down and soon landed at the entrance. This entrance wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was more than 100 feet high, similar to a huge city gate. In the entire huge statue, there was only this exit. As for the other exits, he hadn't seen them yet. They should be able to teleport out. Then, Regent Master Glaze brought him in. After entering, he immediately felt the thick power of Empyrean spreading inside. The power of Empyrean came to the entrance and couldn't go out. It was firmly locked inside. The power of Empyrean is not considered thick. Tianyin immediately gave an evaluation. That's natural. The higher you go, the thicker the power of Empyrean. You can't compare the situation in the way of Empyrean to this place. It's already very good that this place can let cultivators come in at will. If you want a thicker power of Empyrean, you have to climb up. Regent Master Colored Glaze explained as she pointed to the hole above her head. It was very simple to go up from here. You just had to go up through the entrance. There were no stairs. You just had to fly up. Tianyin nodded. So that's how it was. He thought that it would be disappointing if the density was only this low. This was only the first level. It was good enough that there was an effect. At this time, on the first level, there were many Lord of Heaven meditating and cultivating. Some were alone, and some were sitting in groups and cultivating. This place was very spacious, so there was no need to worry about not having a place to sit. Not to mention meditating, they could even lie down. When the two of them came in, other than glancing in their direction, they couldn't be bothered with the rest. At every moment, there would be people coming in to cultivate. If everyone came in and looked up, there would be no need to cultivate. Tianyin glanced around. The cultivators here were all wearing special masks. They were not willing to show their true faces. Over time, this place had probably become an unspoken rule. Chapter 1289. Let's go down. Glaze Regent Master flew down with Tianyin and found an empty space to sit down. Get used to it here first. We'll fly to the second level later, Glaze Regent Master said. You've sensed it before. You can go up after familiarizing yourself with it. In order to better grasp it, you'd better stay here for a while. She sat down to meditate, not in a hurry. Anyway, she still had a lot of time. Tianyin nodded. He suddenly thought of something and asked, Have the elders been here before? They've all been here before. From time to time, they'll bring some outstanding disciples here to cultivate. However, only the more outstanding disciples will be brought over. Otherwise, they won't be able to comprehend anything, Glaze Regent Master explained. Tianyin had thought that he was the only one who had come. It turned out that the other elders had come. Thinking about it carefully, it was not a big secret. It was normal for the elders to know. Then he did not say much. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend, absorbing the surrounding heavenly venerate power into his body. The heavenly venerate power was about the same. There was basically no difference. Therefore, it was not that absorbing the vast heavenly venerate power did not mean that the heavenly venerate power here could not be absorbed. It would cause conflict or something. There was no such thing at all. It was very casual absorption to strengthen one's own comprehension. The heavenly venerate power here could not enhance one's cultivation. Staying here was a kind of comprehension, a comprehension of the realm. Originally, the heavenly venerate power could not be absorbed as one's own energy. The difference between the two was too great. How could it be used as energy for cultivation? This was why they specially brought outstanding disciples here. If it were a very ordinary disciple of the Lord of Heaven, it would be meaningless to bring them here and bring them here to sit for a long time without comprehending anything. As Yi Tianyin carefully comprehended, he quickly comprehended a unique energy from the heavenly venerate power. It's the power of magical gold. Yi Tianyin immediately woke up from his comprehension. He had comprehended a special power from the heavenly venerate power. That was the power of magical gold. The power of magical gold was actually the power of metal, but it belonged to a higher level. Many attributes were based on the power of the 5 elements, undergoing a high level of evolution. Power of illusory gold was one of them. Its destructive power was much stronger than ordinary power of gold. Although the power of a heavenly venerate was the same, it contained the power of its owner, which was a different story. What they were comprehending here was the power of illusory gold. It didn't mean that he had to absorb the power of the illusory gold. Instead, he had to comprehend the aura of the illusory gold and convert it into his own power to sharpen himself. You comprehended it so quickly. Regent Mistress Glaze was deeply shocked. She didn't expect that Yi Tianyin would comprehend it so quickly. He had just started to comprehend, but he immediately comprehended it. It felt like he had been here before. Otherwise, how would he know that the power of a heavenly venerate contained the power of magical gold? This required a very subtle comprehension to be comprehended. However, Yi Tianyin was able to comprehend it, and it was very fast too. It was faster than the speed when they first started. Even the glazed region master was ashamed of her inferiority. Yes, I have already comprehended it. Would I lie to you? Yi Tianyin shrugged helplessly. This was not difficult at all. He had already comprehended the power of a heavenly venerate before, so it was even easier to comprehend it here. The region mistress, Glaze, revealed a suspicious look. You can't lie to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to cultivate on the 2nd level and continue. Region mistress, don't you trust me too much? There doesn't seem to be any benefit in lying to you, right? Yi Tianyin felt helpless. It seemed like he still couldn't gain her trust. I just think it's too fast. It's a little exaggerated. The region mistress, Glaze, coughed lightly. I believe you. Think about it carefully. You were able to complete the heavenly venerate way before. It shouldn't be a problem to comprehend it here. Yes, this place is much weaker than the heavenly venerate way. If I can't even comprehend this, how can I complete the heavenly venerate way? Yi Tianyin was very helpless. It was fast, but there was a foundation. Without this foundation, he would definitely have to spend more time to successfully comprehend it. The region mistress Glaze smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly changed the topic. I'm overthinking this. Let's head to the 2nd level now. The effect on the 2nd level is much better than here. With that said, she took the lead and flew upwards. Yi Tianyin didn't say much and followed her to the 2nd level. The others also flew over here. As long as they could comprehend the power of Golden Mirage, they could head to the 2nd level. Soon, they entered the 2nd level. The 2nd level was no different from the lower level. It was empty and there was nothing. There was only one space here for them to comprehend. When they entered the 2nd level, the power of heavenly venerate here was several times stronger than the lower level. As soon as Yi Tianyin arrived, the power of heavenly venerate in the surroundings immediately surged over and entered his body. The sharp power of Golden Mirage surged in just like that. Yi Tianyin quickly change the power of the illusory gold into a gentle one, so that it wouldn't cause any harm to him. Ah, a scream came from the side. Those Lord of Heaven, who had just flown up, fell down like meteorites. Several golden rays shot out from their bodies. If they fell like that, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. The main thing was that once the power of golden mirage couldn't be gently absorbed, it would quickly rush out and cause harm to the cultivators who came up. This was why the region mistress, Glaze, emphasized that they had to comprehend it. Otherwise, they would end up like the cultivators just now and be immediately penetrated by the power of golden mirage. The region mistress, Glaze, hurriedly looked over. Itianyan was safe and sound. I said that I have already comprehended it. Itianyan spread his hands. The region mistress Glaze was concerned about him, so she would naturally emphasize this point. Some people were just trying to be brave, pretending to understand when they didn't. They didn't want to be a burden to their teammates, or they wanted to keep up with their teammates, so they said that they had comprehended it. Now it was immediately reflected. Not to mention being a burden to their teammates, they were already a scourge to their teammates. Now that they were injured, the result was even worse. Trying to be brave wasn't a good thing in this place. Then continue to comprehend here. If you can continue to comprehend it, you will be able to climb up. The region mistress Glaze's eyes were filled with excitement. Your talent is really amazing. It seems like bringing you here personally was the right choice. The other disciples of the heavenly spring divine realm were envious of the region mistress to bring them here personally. The region mistress Glaze was very busy, so it was impossible for her to bring her disciple here personally. Chapter 1290. Itianyan and Colored Glaze region master stayed on the second level to comprehend. The power of the golden mirage here was even denser. What Itianyan needed to do now was to learn how to convert this power and make it his own. This was extremely easy for him, as he had trained in this aspect before. Hence, he easily comprehended it and could immediately head to the third level. All right, I have comprehended it thoroughly and can convert the power of the golden mirage for my own use, Itianyan said as he stood up. The power of the heavenly venerables here was ownerless, so it could be converted for his own use. Although he could not cultivate it, it was not a problem to directly erupt the power of the heavenly venerables that surged into his body. This time, Colored Glaze region master did not doubt him. Previously, Itianyan had used his actions to prove that he had comprehended the power of the golden mirage here. This meant that he could continue moving forward and did not need to stay here all the time. This situation was a little beyond Colored Glaze region master's expectations. She did not expect Itianyan to be so fast. Originally, she thought that it would be very good for Itianyan to be able to comprehend it within a few months. Who knew that it would not take a few months? In just a few days, Itianyan had already succeeded in comprehending it. If not for the precedent, she would really suspect whether Itianyan was lying. It was not that there were no such people. The screams coming from the side were the best proof. If they forced their way up, the result would be serious injuries or death. Those who could survive, even if they were lucky, most of them would die directly. The sharp power of the golden mirage was enough to completely mince the internal organs. It was not a big deal if the internal organs were minced. The key was that if the soul was pierced, it would be deader than dead. For this reason, Colored Glaze region master constantly reminded him to avoid any accidents. Even if Itianyan's physique was very strong, could it be stronger than the power of the heavenly venerables? Unless one reached the level of the heavenly venerables, there was no way to resist it. Only by comprehending the power of this place and comprehending this power would one be able to advance to the next level. This made everyone guess whether the heavenly venerables were recruiting disciples. After all, they were all trying to comprehend the power of illusory gold, so they couldn't help but wonder if they were recruiting disciples. No matter what, most people wanted to climb up first. Even if they couldn't become an Empyrean's disciple, they could at least obtain the corresponding treasures. Soon they reached the third level. The Empyrean power here was several times stronger than before. Just like the second level, it increased in levels. Yi Tianyin immediately felt a surge of illusory gold power, like countless sharp blades, slicing at his head. Yi Tianyin immediately controlled the surging power of the magic gold. He controlled the brutal power of the magic gold, but in general he was barely able to withstand it. He almost had to endure the 10,000 swords piercing soul. If his soul was weak, then his soul would be destroyed. The soul was the key. If the body was gone, it could be reconstructed. But if the soul was gone, then it was true death. When he arrived, the number of cultivators around him had greatly decreased. Among them, there were very few Lord of Heaven. Instead, there were quite a lot of divine lords. However, these divine lords' cultivation levels weren't high. They were only at the first or second level. They all stayed here to meditate. Although they could withstand it when they came up, it didn't mean that they could control it very well. They had to completely break in here before they dared to continue flying up. There are a lot less cultivators here. Yi Tianyin glanced around. It seemed like the difficulty level was really high. The first level might have tens of thousands of cultivators, but the second level had shrunk to 1,000 or 2, and the third level had shrunk to a few hundred. Of course, the higher you go, the more difficult it is. However, from the fourth level onwards, the changes are huge. You don't need to go up for now. With your cultivation level, it's already very impressive that you can reach this level. If you continue to go up, it's no longer as simple as meditating. Region Lord Colored Glaze gestured for him to meditate. I'll stand guard beside you. When you're done meditating, I'll bring you back. I can't go up. Yi Tianyin was stunned. It was over just like that. He wanted to continue climbing up the ladder. Your cultivation level is too low. If you want to continue to go up with me, you need to be at least at the later stage of Lord of Heaven or Sir God level. Your cultivation level is too low. After you're done meditating here, you can go back. Meditating on the power of celestial venerables here will be very helpful for your future cultivation, Region Lord Colored Glaze said. Yi Tianyin wanted to say something, but he decided not to. He'd better meditate first. After he was done meditating, he'd explain his situation to Region Lord Colored Glaze. Even if they were to go up together, he definitely wouldn't be a burden. Even though Region Lord Colored Glaze's cultivation level had already reached the peak of Sir God level, he wasn't afraid of Region Lord Colored Glaze if they were to fight. Then he meditated and started meditating quickly. There was no time limit. He didn't want to waste any time. He still had a lot of things to do. While Yi Tianyin was meditating, there was a sudden vibration from above. Circles of light came from above. The Sir Gods' faces changed. They lifted their heads to look at the entrance above. They didn't know what was going on. It's the light of a rare treasure. Region Lord Colored Glaze's face changed. She quickly woke up from her meditation. Some of the other Sir Gods flew up without hesitation. They quickly disappeared at the entrance. These Sir Gods had undoubtedly comprehended it. However, they weren't in a hurry. Instead, they wanted to meditate for a while longer. Now that something had happened above, they immediately rushed up to check on the situation. They wouldn't stay there for long. Meditate here. Don't wander around. Usually, if you don't stir up trouble, no one will come over, Region Lord Colored Glaze said quickly. I might not be able to come back in a short period of time. Remember not to wander around. She didn't wait for Yi Tianyin's reply. She immediately flew up. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from Yi Tianyin's sight. What's going on? Why is she so anxious? Yi Tianyin frowned. The circles of energy that were constantly emitting made him feel a little different, especially the rare treasure light that Region Lord Colored Glaze mentioned. It was definitely not simple. However, he hadn't succeeded in comprehending it yet. He could only stay there and take a break. I have to quickly comprehend it. Otherwise, there's no way I can go up. Tianyin closed his eyes again. He began to speed up his comprehension. He wanted to comprehend the power of magic gold. However, it wasn't difficult for him. The difficulty was higher than before. However, he had a stable foundation. He didn't need to worry about that. After a few days of continuous comprehension, he suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. I've finally comprehended it. I'll go up to the 4th level now. Chapter 1291. After Tianyin was done with his comprehension, he immediately flew to the entrance of the passageway leading to the 4th level. However, his actions were seen by many cultivators. Does this kid have a death wish? He only has the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, and he wants to go to the 4th level. Does he think that he can go to the 4th level just because he has comprehended it? Who cares? No one can stop him if he wants to die. We just have to cultivate properly. That's true. These people can't die off no matter how hard they try. Everyone thinks that they are invincible. The cultivators below started to mock and ridicule Tianyin. They felt that he was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He thought that he could go to the 4th level as he pleased just because he had comprehended it. If it were that easy, they would have gone up a long time ago. Why would they need to stay here and comprehend it? Tianyin couldn't be bothered with them. What they said was true, but it didn't apply to him. He had always been prepared. He was not the kind of person who was unprepared, nor was he the kind of person who was incomparably arrogant. Soon, he entered the 4th level area. As soon as he entered, the familiar power of golden mirage surged over from all directions and entered his body. The power of golden mirage was undoubtedly stronger than the one below. It seemed like it was the same old trick. There were no changes. The power of golden mirage was still surging in. Tianyin immediately controlled it and converted the overbearing power of golden mirage into a gentle power that he could control. The excess power was released slightly by him. Every cultivator who entered did the same unless they cultivated the power of golden mirage. Otherwise, what they needed to do was to constantly release the power of golden mirage. Otherwise, it would accumulate in their bodies and cause their bodies to explode when it reached a certain level. Tianyin wanted to absorb the power of golden mirage. However, the power of golden mirage that contained the power of a heavenly venerate wasn't that easy to absorb. He needed a gentler power of golden mirage to be able to absorb it. Perhaps he would be able to absorb it if his comprehension of the power of golden mirage was at a higher level. However, this wasn't the key. He had just arrived, so the first thing he paid attention to wasn't the power of golden mirage around him. Instead, he sized up his surroundings. What came into view was not a spacious area, but a dense bamboo forest. However, this bamboo forest was no ordinary bamboo forest. Instead, it was a golden bamboo forest that was formed from the power of illusory gold. It was densely packed and even towered into the sky. It was no ordinary bamboo forest. Just by relying on his line of sight, he was immediately blocked by the dense bamboo forest. He couldn't see too far away. As for the powerful spiritual sense, it couldn't spread too far. At most, it could only spread a few miles. This was the territory of an upper-level Empyrean. Tianyin's spiritual sense was very strong, but it was useless here. The majority of his strength was completely sealed by the power of an Empyrean, and he could only explore a small area. This bamboo forest, created by the power of illusory gold, Tianyin found it very strange. How could it be displayed in such a way? The surroundings were filled with the power of fantasy gold. This could be said to be a paradise for fantasy gold energy. When he came up, he immediately felt waves of fluctuations coming from the front. He didn't think too much about it. He immediately flew over there quickly to see what kind of treasure it was that made the glazed region master fly up impatiently. However, as soon as he entered the bamboo forest, the bamboo, which looked like sections, suddenly split into countless sections and crazily penetrated towards Tianyin. He was surrounded inside and out, and there was no place to escape. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He immediately held the starry divine spear tightly in his hand and aimed it in front of him. He hacked a big hole in the bamboo that penetrated towards him. The phantom image behind him immediately rose up, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared on the spot and fled forward at top speed. Even the illusory gold bamboo couldn't catch up with his crazy speed. Even if it suddenly attacked, Yi Tianyun could quickly dodge it, and it didn't even graze him. However, the illusory gold bamboo was very sharp. When the attack missed, it stabbed into the ground and penetrated several miles before stopping. The ground was also solidified by the power of illusory gold. If it could penetrate such a deep distance, it was enough to show how terrifying the bamboo was. No wonder people say that the power of the Lord of Heaven is courting death if they come up. Looking at this situation, they are indeed courting death. Yi Tianyun quickly dodged the illusory gold bamboo around him. With the combination of power and speed, one would need to be at least at the later stage of the Lord of Heaven to be able to dodge it easily. Otherwise, there was no way to dodge it at all. As for Sir God cultivation, it would be easier here. As Yi Tianyun dodged, he constantly refined the power of illusory gold and understood the deeper meaning within it. If he wanted to fly to a higher level, he had to completely understand the power of illusory gold on this level. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to enter the next level. If he forced his way in, he would naturally end up like those cultivators before him. His body would be penetrated by the power of illusory gold. As Yi Tianyun got closer, the range of the halo became larger and larger. It was obvious that he was ready to reach his destination. The exit is right in front. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. He saw that the number of illusory gold bamboo in front of him was decreasing rapidly. This meant that the exit was right in front of him. His speed suddenly increased, and he drew a red shadow in the air. The attacks of the illusory gold bamboo behind him and beside him quickly missed. The illusory gold bamboo that penetrated the front was directly hit by him and turned into a golden powder. Finally, he rushed out of the illusory gold bamboo area and entered a spacious place, a teleportation portal. What he saw was not a rare treasure, but a teleportation portal. The teleportation portal kept emitting circles of light, which meant that the real destination was not here at all. It seems that the area where the rare treasure appears is on a higher level. Yi Tianyun frowned. He thought that he would see the rare treasure, but it was not on this level. The passageway to this level was not like the lower levels, where one only needed to fly high into the sky. Instead, one had to pass through a dangerous checkpoint before one could go to a higher level. Thinking about it, he really thought that he was too naive. How could the rare treasure appear on such a lower level? He didn't know how many levels there were. A treasure that even the Lioli region lord couldn't resist would definitely not be simple, and it would not appear on the lower levels. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he meditated at the side and continued to understand the power of illusory gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go up. Moreover, he wasn't the only one here. There were many Sir Gods who were here to understand. Chapter 1292. A Lord of Heaven slaughtered his way into their line of sight, shocking many divine lords. It was rare for a Lord of Heaven to slaughter his way over, especially alone. It was normal if he was led by an expert. Just the fact that he came alone was enough to shock them. But shock was shock. After casually sizing up Yi Tianyun, they could not be bothered with him. After all, what others did was their business. It had nothing to do with them. Hence, all of them continued to cultivate, ignoring Yi Tianyun. After Yi Tianyun came over, he glanced at them, then sat down to continue meditating. He had not completely comprehended it, so he naturally needed to follow and comprehend it. The others did not come over to make things difficult for him. As long as there was no conflict of interest, no one would bother with him, especially since he charged over alone. It proved that he was quite capable. If there was no problem, no one would bother with him. They all needed to busy themselves with their own matters. They were all anxious to comprehend it so that they could fly to a higher level. The light of this treasure had been affecting them, making them want to go up and explore. Who knew? They might be able to earn a fortune. This was the territory of an upper heavenly venerable. Any random treasure was enough to make them covet it. Just as Etienne thought that everything was fine, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Brat, hand it over obediently. You must have some sort of treasure to be able to kill your way here alone, right? Lend us one or two to play with. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Etienne opened his eyes and saw 3 second and third level divine Lord Cultivators surrounding him. Didn't they say that if he did not provoke others, others would ignore him? Seems like there are still many greedy people. Etienne immediately knew why. Because he had charged over alone, and his cultivation was at the level of a Lord of Heaven. In their opinion, he definitely relied on some treasure. Otherwise, he would have died along the way. Hence, what they coveted was naturally Etienne's treasure. When the other divine lords looked over, their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. This was the outcome of being alone. Unless one's cultivation was relatively high, they would definitely be bullied by others. "Don't disturb my enlightenment," Etienne replied indifferently. "Yo, you're quite arrogant. Do you think you're invincible just because you passed through the illusory golden bamboo forest? Big brother, what's the point of talking so much with him? Let's just kill him and snatch his things to see what's so good about them. Even if we can't go up, we can still make a fortune." "That's right. There's no need to be polite with him. He's just the Lord of Heaven. What can he do?" The 3 god monarchs were confident that they could suppress Etienne. That was because this was an attempt. There was no way to make up for a large leap in cultivation level. Skipping realms could still make up for it, but skipping realms wasn't a good thing. It was a pity that Etienne was an existence that surpassed common sense. Ordinary divine lords were trash to him. Etienne's gaze turned cold. He took out the star's divine spear and stabbed it into the ground. "This is my treasure. Try taking a step forward if you can." A superior grade heavenly path weapon. Their eyes lit up. They didn't expect the Lord of Heaven to have a superior grade heavenly path weapon with many divine markings on it. This caused the eyes of the other divine lords to be filled with greed. Most of the divine lords had middle grade heavenly path treasures. There were very few superior grade heavenly path treasures. They didn't expect the Lord of Heaven to have a superior grade heavenly path weapon. He might even have more treasures. The other divine lords were tempted. They couldn't go up, but snatching some treasures back was a good choice. "Then I'll try taking a step forward. Let's see what you can do." One of the Sir Gods took a step forward and extended his hand to grab the starry divine spear. He wanted to snatch it away. When the divine monarch's palm was about to touch the spear, Etienne's eyes turned cold and he stretched out his hand. The star divine spear turned into an arrow and pierced through the divine monarch, nailing him to the ground. The ground that was formed from the power of mirage was pierced through by the star's divine spear. "How dare you touch my weapon with your filthy hands?" Etienne stood up, grabbed the star divine spear's shaft, and pulled it upwards. The divine monarch didn't even have time to react before he was split in half. The violent power destroyed the divine lord to the point that not even dregs were left. The sudden change gave everyone a fright. A divine lord was killed just like that. You killed third brother. I'm going to kill you." The divine monarch next to Etienne roared and unleashed his divine monarch's second level power. He quickly took out a long sword and attacked Etienne. The attacks were like a rain of swords. There was nowhere to hide from the concentrated attacks. A divine lord was a divine lord. No matter how weak he was still a divine lord. The power of heaven and earth that he could use was shocking. He could control a large area. Etienne couldn't be bothered to take another look. He swung the star's divine spear and ignored the rain of swords. He pierced through the rain of swords and shattered them. This power, he was shocked. He knew that they had kicked a metal plate, but it was too late. The star's divine spear had pinned him to the ground. Just like his third brother, he was killed by Etienne's spear. With the power of a divine lord, he should be able to recover his physical body quickly. But against Etienne's violent energy, his recovery speed couldn't keep up. He was easily killed. Then Etienne pulled out the star's divine spear and looked coldly at the remaining divine lord. With just one look, the divine lord took a few steps back and looked at him in fear. You are still the power of the Lord of Heaven. You are hiding your strength. It is important whether I am hiding my strength or not. Those who offend me must die. Etienne didn't say much. Without hesitation, he swung his spear and attacked. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the divine lord and turned into a pile of ashes. Then he caught fire. The terrifying speed calmed the divine lords down. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. They couldn't move a single step. 3 divine lords were gone just like that. Killing them was as easy as drinking water. They died instantly. What terrifying power! It's not the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, right? Is this the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven? I suspect that he is hiding his power. He might even have the power of a late-stage divine lord. That's right. If not, how could he be killed instantly? I don't believe that he is the Lord of Heaven. They didn't believe that a Lord of Heaven could easily kill a divine lord. Chapter 1293. Etienne sat back down to meditate. It made the divine lords look at each other and see the fear in each other's eyes. Thankfully, they were not rash, or they would have been the ones to die. They could not even see Etienne's attack. They suspected that they were not on the same level. His cultivation level is concealed too well. After he calms down, it feels like he is the Lord of Heaven. He is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Let's see who dares to provoke him. When the time comes, he will take advantage of their carelessness and attack quickly. Who can stop him? Come to think of it, he definitely did not rely solely on treasures for him to be able to charge over alone. He definitely relied on his own abilities. It's best not to provoke him. Thankfully, I did not think too much. All of them had a lingering fear. His cultivation level was not much stronger than the 3 that had been instantly killed. They were instantly killed in a blink of an eye. Just thinking about it was horrifying. It felt like a divine lord was made of water. One strike and they would explode, turning them into a pool of stagnant water. Little did they know that Etienne was not concealing his cultivation level. He was the Lord of Heaven's cultivation level. It was just that they had mistakenly believed that Etienne was at the divine lord level. He was very satisfied that they were intimidated and did not continue to disturb him. This was the effect he wanted. His current goal was to rush up and put everything else aside. Almost there. Just a little more, and I will be able to fully comprehend it. Etienne's comprehension was very fast. It was mainly because the difficulty was not high that he could comprehend it so quickly. While he was rapidly comprehending it, there was already an earth-shattering change in the 5th level. The light of the treasure was emitted from here. It was released circle after circle from the ball in front of him. It was a huge sphere that looked very strange. The main thing was that this huge sphere was formed from 10 small spheres, which then condensed into one big sphere. Each sphere was engraved with dense divine runes. As they were too far away, they could not see what they were. Many divine lords surrounded it in circles. No one dared to go down to take the sphere. It wasn't that they didn't want to take the ball, but if they went down, they would immediately be repelled by the ball. At the very least, they would be injured, and at the very least, they would die. I don't believe that I can't break this sphere. One of the late divine lord powerhouses clenched his teeth and rushed downwards. A thick layer of armor appeared around his body, able to withstand extremely strong attacks. However, just as he reached the bottom, the round ball suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light, and one of the 10 small balls immediately popped out. His speed was as fast as lightning. With a schwa, he sent the late-stage god monarch flying. The originally sturdy armor was pierced through, leaving a large hole in it. Blood spurted out continuously, dyeing a large area red. After the cultivator was sent flying, he struggled to get up. His body looked fine, but in fact his internal injuries were severe and he was in great pain. "How are you?" His companions quickly flew over and dragged him out. "The insides of my body are mostly destroyed. Fortunately, my soul wasn't injured." The cultivator gasped. The tearing pain made him unable to move. "So powerful? Your defensive power is quite strong. Even a middle-grade Heavenly Tao weapon shouldn't be able to harm you in a short period of time. That ball is too powerful. The terrifying impact probably has the effect of a half-step Heavenly Venerable." The cultivator revealed a bitter smile. Previously, he thought that those cultivators were too weak and had been sent flying, unable to approach the ball. But after he tried it, he realized how terrifying it was. When the other cultivators saw this, their expressions changed. This cultivator was from the giant rock race, and his defensive power was definitely top-notch. But such a strong defense was still unable to withstand a single blow. It was truly terrifying. Regin, Lord, Glazed watched from the side. She didn't make a move, but watched their actions from the side. She wasn't a reckless person. Someone who could sit on the position of Regin, Lord, was definitely not simple. "This treasure is so amazing. I'm afraid it's at the level of an Empyrean spirit treasure, right?" Regin, Lord, Glazed looked at the ball carefully. All 10 of the balls could attack. When she came up, it was already here. This ball should have fallen from the sky and directly smashed a big hole in the ground. If they wanted to get it, they had to run down. But if they ran down, they would be attacked by this ball, and they had no idea how to get it. It could be said that there was a treasure, but there was no way to get it. They were at a loss. Just when they thought they were going to stare at it, suddenly, this huge ball instantly split into 10 balls and penetrated in all directions. With a swoosh, they disappeared into the surrounding forest. Coincidentally, one of them flew in the direction of Regin, Lord Glazed. Regin, Lord Glazed's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned and chased after the light. Her speed was amazing. She turned into a blue light and rushed straight ahead. She immediately displayed the power of a peak divine lord. In the blink of an eye, she chased in the direction of the ball. Then there was a loud boom in front of her. Obviously, the ball had smashed into the ground. Regin, Lord Glazed, quickly flew over and saw that the small ball had smashed into the ground, creating another big hole. She rushed over and picked up the small ball. She looked at it carefully and realized that there was a number 8 engraved on it. This meant that this ball might be the number 8 ball. She didn't know what to use it for, but she knew it definitely wasn't that simple. She immediately kept it and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to leave, many Divine Lord experts surged in from all directions. Among them, there was no lack of Divine Lord level 7 or 8. Some of their cultivations weren't as good as hers, but they had the advantage in numbers. Suddenly, there were more than 10 Divine Lords surrounding her, making it impenetrable. "This beauty, hand over the treasure obediently, and we will let you off." "No, hand it to us. If you hand it to us, we won't pursue it either." There were more than 10 people here, and there were 2 teams. They didn't like each other and were wary of each other's actions. Regin, Lord Glazed frowned. It seemed like it wasn't a good thing to be alone here. Swoosh! Regin, Lord Glazed, didn't say anything more. She immediately turned into a water shadow and dashed forward. She knocked away a Divine Lord who was blocking her way. No one had expected that Regin, Lord Glazed, would directly rush over. She didn't even bother to negotiate with them. Regin, Lord Glazed, was a ruthless character. How could she give up the treasure so easily? If it was a heavenly venerable spiritual treasure, it would greatly increase the power of the heavenly spring divine realm. "Go after her," they shouted angrily, and quickly chased in the direction of region Lord Glazed, not letting her escape. Chapter 1294. The colored glaze region master wasn't slow, but the cultivators chasing after her weren't slow either. They chased after her one after another, all fuming. They were supposed to have a good negotiation, but she actually escaped. Damn it! I didn't expect this woman to be so stubborn. She's alone, and yet she's so bold. Wait and see how I'll deal with her after I catch her. Hee, if we don't let her see the power of us men, she won't know what kind of existence she's facing. Their expressions were somewhat dirty, especially when it came to conquering a woman with a high cultivation. To them, it was undoubtedly an even more exciting existence. The colored glaze region master in front could hear their words. Her beautiful eyes turned cold, and a light blue ribbon appeared in her hand. The next moment, she suddenly turned back. Originally, they were already fast enough. Now that they turned back, the distance between them instantly shortened by a large margin. At this time, the colored glaze region master quickly waved the ribbon and had them fling it over. Among them, the two god lord powerhouses with the louder mouths were immediately wrapped up by the ribbon and then violently strangled. They didn't even have time to scream before they were shredded by the blue ribbon. Then the ribbon was quickly pulled back. There wasn't a single drop of blood on it. At the same time, she said coldly, "Your mouths are really stinky." The aura of a half-step heavenly venerate was immediately displayed, scaring those cultivators into dodging to the side, giving them a fright. Half-step, heavenly venerate cultivation? They were all frightened. They thought that it was just a 4th or 5th level god, Lord Cultivation, who knew that it was the power of a half-step heavenly venerate giving them a fright. Immediately, they divided into 2 groups. One group had 2 people killed, and their faces were gloomy. It seemed like there was no way to get back unless the other party joined forces. Join forces with us to subdue this woman. When the time comes, the ball will belong to you, and the rest of the treasures will belong to us. How about it? The one who was killed shouted. They didn't want to let the colored glaze region master go. The other group immediately smiled and said, "Deal." They didn't bargain much. Facing a half-step heavenly venerate existence, if they were to negotiate slowly, it was simply courting death. At the next moment, the other batch of 6 or god experts immediately spread out. They immediately unleashed their powerful powers and enveloped a large portion of the area. At the same time, their powers were connected, like a dense net, locking down the direction of the glazed region master's escape. Sealing formation? Looks like you guys are pretty good. But it just so happens that we also know how to do it. The other group also immediately set up a sealing formation, spreading out to a suitable distance. Following that, they all released their strongest power. When the invisible power linked together, it would form a shared power. Under the situation of sharing power, his strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to fight those of a higher level. The only flaw was that it was not flexible enough. For example, if they chased after him, they wouldn't be able to catch up. But in terms of encirclement, this was undoubtedly the best choice. The name of the sealing formation was the best proof. If a few cultivators used it, the effect would not be very obvious. Now that almost 10 people used it, the power would be extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, they were ready. It was obvious that they had practiced this many times. Otherwise, they would not be so harmonious. If they were all connected together, the power would be even stronger. Fortunately, they were not together. Otherwise, the power would be multiplied. The sealing formation was a low-grade, heavenly Tao martial art. It was widely spread, and there were basically no restrictions. It could be said to be one of the cheapest, low-grade, heavenly Tao martial arts. Why was it so cheap? The main reason was that it required many people to practice and cooperate in order to bring out the effect. The most difficult part of cultivating it was the cooperation. Everyone needed to practice many times before the effect could be improved. The power could be said to be amazing, but because it required many people to cooperate, one person could not use it all. Hence, the price was relatively low, and one could buy it with a few starstones. Now, after one group of people used it, the power directly surpassed the glazed region master's strength. They had the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable, or even stronger. As for the other group, even if 2 of them were killed, they also had the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable after using it. Their combined strength was the result of their combined cultivation. There were fewer people on this side, but their cultivation was at the 7th or 8th level God, Lord level. After joining forces, their strength naturally would not be too bad. In a short time, the 2 of them immediately sealed off all the areas, causing the glazed region master's face to darken. It could be said that she did not even have the chance to mess up. The other party immediately gathered and used it. It was obvious that this was not the first time. If one wanted to jump levels to fight, the speed at which they gathered must be fast enough. If they slowly gathered and surrounded the other party, it would already be too late. After the 2 sides joined forces, the glazed region master immediately fell into a disadvantage. However, the glazed region master did not despair. It could be said that she did not hesitate at all. The moment they gathered, she had already attacked the side with the fewer people. The blue ribbons in her hands transformed into blue water splashes that crashed towards them. The surging water attribute power turned into wave after wave, crashing forward. Block her! They immediately attacked together. The combined strength of several people quickly condensed into one, turning into a giant palm that slapped over, slapping the surging waves and blue water splashes back. The first wave of attacks was evenly matched. Even the power of a half-step heavenly venerable could still be resisted. The purpose of researching this martial art was to do so. It was to jump levels to fight, not to let those with lower cultivation just sit and wait for death. Don't forget, there's still us. The group of people behind the glazed region master, who did not know when, had already attacked this side. The glazed region master's face darkened. Following a turn of her body, a ray of light emerged from her body, instantly turning her into an incomparably beautiful water goddess. Her power rose again. This is the power of the water goddess, suppression. Their faces darkened, and they immediately suppressed the greatest power. The 2 sides collided wildly. Boom! The glazed region master was knocked back. There was no way for her to escape. She had been firmly sealed here. When she was about to counterattack, the group of people behind her had already launched a sneak attack. They would not wait for the glazed region master to react before attacking. A pincer attack would allow them to maximize their advantage. Damn it! The glazed region master quickly turned around to block, but she was still half a beat too late. Her defense was not in time, and she was sent flying. After spinning several times in the air, she landed steadily on the ground. However, the blood at the corner of her mouth showed that she was injured, not unscathed. You want to escape by yourself. They sneered. Even a half-step heavenly venerable can't do it. The sealing array is specially designed to deal with people like you. The glazed region master frowned. Just as she was about to throw caution to the wind, a voice came from the side. I wonder what will happen if I join. A familiar voice came from the side. The glazed region master looked up and was immediately stunned. The person who walked over was none other than Yi Tianyin. She did not expect Yi Tianyin to appear here, which meant that she needed to comprehend 2 levels of the power of magical gold to be able to stand here. Chapter 1295. Yi Tianyin's appearance stunned the others. After a quick glance, they wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It turned out to be a Lord of Heaven level cultivator. What the hell? A Lord of Heaven has come to this level? They felt incredulous. From the 4th level onwards, it was not as simple as comprehending the power of magical gold. They had to withstand the terrifying attacks from all directions, wave after wave. It was difficult for a Lord of Heaven level cultivator to come here. They might be able to withstand the attacks on the 4th level, but it was impossible for them to withstand the attacks on the 5th level. However, there was a Lord of Heaven standing in front of them. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. "Kid, don't be a hero. If you come any closer, it will be your turn." Someone immediately shouted, signaling for Tianyin to stay away. They did not dare to relax their sealing formation. It was usually effective against the cultivators inside. If it was used against those outside, they would have to change directions. However, if they changed directions, how would the region master, Liuli, deal with it? The region master, Liuli's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She quickly recovered. She felt the same as the others. Why would the Lord of Heaven appear here? The key was that there did not seem to be any problems. It was obvious that this place could not cause any harm to him. "Is that so? I don't really want to care. However, the person you have trapped is my companion, so I need to take care of him." Tianyin waved the starry divine spear in his hand. He sneered and said, "As long as I attack slightly, your sealing formation will be broken. It looks unbreakable, but that is only for those inside. A mere Lord of Heaven cultivator. I don't know how you came up, but it seems that you must have used the power of others to come up, right? If you have the ability, come closer and try. I guarantee that you will die first." They were not worried that a Lord of Heaven would sneak up on them. The main thing was that their cultivation was too low to cause any harm. As long as one of them could spare some strength to counterattack, the Lord of Heaven would be blasted to pieces. "Don't be impulsive. I can get out," Region Master Liuli said in a low voice. She had already begun to circulate her energy. As a Region Lord, she couldn't possibly only have this little bit of life-saving ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to come up here so casually. "I know you have some skills, but there are still many cultivators around who are eyeing you covetously." Tianyin shrugged his shoulders. There were quite a number of cultivators staring at them. They didn't rush over as they wanted to reap the benefits. The 10 balls were released in different areas, attracting many cultivators to chase after them. It could be said that they were divided into 10 camps. Overall, the number of cultivators in each region was about the same. It was obviously not worth it for too many people to chase after a ball. Glaze Region Lord was startled. What Yi Shiwen said was true. She could also sense the covetous gazes from all directions. If she were to escape, she would soon be stopped by other cultivators. If she was stopped by this group of people, they might not make a move. After all, this group of cultivators who stopped her were not weak. If they were to explode, no one would be able to withstand them. But just as she was about to say something, Tianyin had already disappeared from the spot. Including the experts who trapped Glaze Region Lord, no one knew what happened. They only saw Tianyin disappear from the spot. Pucci, a long spear pierced through one of the cultivators. With a flick to the side, the cultivator was split in half and died instantly. He wouldn't show any mercy to these cultivators. Showing mercy would only lead to his own death. First, Pucci. Second, Pucci. Third, Tianyin's speed was astonishing. He went all out without any reservations. With the speed of the Phoenix power, he was so fast that they couldn't even see him clearly. In addition, he was wearing the evil Lord of Heaven's suit, which increased his speed by 100 times. It could be said that he crushed their speed in all aspects. So what if he was a 7th level God Lord? So what if his combined strength was comparable to a half-step Heavenly Venerable? The biggest weakness of the sealing array was that it couldn't move quickly. Therefore, against a speed-type opponent, the sealing array would definitely break. What a fast speed! Quick, spread out. H's speed is too fast. All of them panicked. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 of their companions were killed. If they stayed here foolishly, they would be courting death. They thought that they could still fight back. Now it seemed that they were wrong. This wasn't some Lord of Heaven, but a powerful God Lord. This speed and strength definitely had the cultivation of a late-stage God Lord. He killed them all. Want to escape? Can you escape? Tianyin was on a killing spree. How could he miss out on so many delicious experience points? One spear killed a god lord as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. Previously, it was hard to kill a god lord. Now it was a piece of cake. There was no pressure at all. In the blink of an eye, Tianyin killed a few more god lords consecutively. Their companions were dead. Even if they wanted to take revenge, after seeing how fierce Tianyin was, it would be good if they could survive, let alone take revenge. Run. Some of them burned their blood essence without hesitation, bursting out their greatest potential. Now they didn't dare to hold back. They directly used all of their strength to run as fast as they could. When they were about to run, a blue figure floated over and blocked their way. He stretched out his hand and threw out a blue ribbon, trapping them. Before they could struggle, they were shredded by the blue ribbon. At the same time, a beautiful figure entered their sight. That person was Region Master Liuli. Do you think he's alone? When Region Master Liuli was fierce, he was an expert of a region. He could absolutely shake the world. To be able to become the Region Master of the Heavenly Spring Divine Realm, he couldn't be weak. We were wrong. Let us go. They could only beg for mercy. But before they could finish, a cold light pierced through them and killed them. That person was Tianyin. With so many experience points, how could he let them go? If we let you go, we would be fools. After killing them, Tianyin smiled at Region Master Liuli. Don't you think so? With so many people staring at them, he definitely wouldn't call out their real names. They looked like a pair of good friends chatting. That's right. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Region Master Liuli said coldly. If you want to take away my pearl, you have to see if you have the ability to do so. If you don't have the ability, go and find other pearls. Maybe you'll have a better chance. What they said was for the cultivators around them, so that they would give up on the idea. Chapter 1296. The strength that Tianyin displayed was basically no different from a late-stage god lord. Especially that speed, it was even more amazing than a half-step heavenly venerable. The two of them together were not invincible. That sealing array was powerful, but the restrictions were too strong. Just Tianyin's speed alone could kill a large number of them in seconds. The sealing array that the two camps displayed just now was powerful enough. It was basically comparable to the strength of a half-step heavenly venerable. But compared to a true half-step heavenly venerable, it was still a far cry. Just in terms of agility, it was already a big difference. Only those who were surrounded would be at a disadvantage. If there was a half-step Empyrean behind them, they would be completely annihilated. After the surrounding cultivators left, Region Master Liuli quickly flew over and looked him up and down. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The reality was clearly in front of her, but she still felt that it was inconceivable. Tianyin only had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, but the power that he erupted was actually equivalent to the cultivation of a god lord. It was not far from her. Especially his speed, it was faster than hers. Unless she erupted with all her strength, she would be much slower than Tianyin. The two could not be compared. Your cultivation, what's going on? No, isn't it the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven? She said in horror. It is the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. Can't you feel it, Region Master? Tianyin said with a slight smile. It is indeed the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven. There really is no change. It is not the aura of a god lord, but the power that you displayed just now has already surpassed the level of the Lord of Heaven. It is far from the power that the Lord of Heaven can release. Region Master Liuli still felt that it was inconceivable. It was simply beyond her common sense. This may be related to the martial arts that I cultivate. Only then can I erupt with stronger power. Tianyin explained with a smile. Then what is your cultivation now? Region Master Liuli asked. The Lord of Heaven is probably at the pinnacle. With a little more effort, he should be able to break through to the God Lord realm. Tianyan said. However, this was not a lie. As long as he condensed the third planet, he would be able to break through immediately. Even if he didn't condense it, he could still break through. The peak of the Lord of Heaven. The colored glaze region master said in shock. Didn't you not break through to the Lord of Heaven before? How did you break through so quickly and reach the peak in such a short time? Previously, when Tianyan said that he was going to break through, not too much time had passed. Even if a few years had passed, it was still a matter of time for them. Putting everything else aside, just breaking through from the first layer of the Lord of Heaven to the pinnacle in less than a few years was enough to shock her. It could be said that she was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone so fast. If it were any other cultivator, it would take decades to break through to the next level, which was considered very fast. Anyway, with the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, one's lifespan was already very long, at least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Now, Tianyan had already broken through to the pinnacle in less than a few years. This shocked the experienced and knowledgeable region master Lili. Well, I broke through while cultivating. Tianyan smiled embarrassedly. Broke through while cultivating? What are you talking about? The region master, Liuli, felt a little speechless. Others cultivated with all their might and still could not break through to the Lord of Heaven's pinnacle cultivation. However, according to Tianyan, he broke through casually. This was not something they could imagine. Cough, cough. You don't have to worry about this. Region Master, I wonder if I can work with you this way? I don't think this will be a burden to you, right? Tianyan said with a smile. If this is a burden to me, then everyone is a burden to me. Region Master, Liuli asked. Why didn't you tell me before? I thought you had just broken through to the first level of the Lord of Heaven. You didn't ask. If you didn't ask, how could I tell you? Should I tell you that I have broken through to the pinnacle as soon as I see you? Moreover, you didn't even give me a chance to say it. You told me to comprehend the power of the magical gold. So I didn't have time to say it. Tianyan spread his hands innocently, feeling very helpless. That's true. I didn't expect you to have such strength. It seems that the two of us can fight together. I was just thinking about whether or not to contact the elders to help. Now, it seems that even if the elders come, they are not as strong as you. Region Master, Liuli sighed. This was really too scary. The power that exploded just now made her heart palpitate. She had never seen such a ferocious Lord of Heaven before. Originally, he was still her junior, but now the power he exploded was comparable to her. Their status was basically the same. Region Master, I don't know what you got, but they have been chasing you relentlessly. Tianyan had just arrived when he saw Region Master Liuli being besieged. He didn't know what had happened. Let's go hide over there for a while. Region Master Liuli led him to hide to the side. At the same time, she took out the pearl. There was 8 carved on it. After she turned it around, there were some divine patterns on it, but these divine patterns were too profound. She couldn't understand them at all. This is the treasure that you got, Region Master? Tianyan looked at the pearl. After carefully examining it, he activated the appraisal eye. 10 lives pearl. There are a total of 10 pearls. When gathered together, it is a celestial, venerable spirit treasure. When separated, the effect is equal to a high-grade, heavenly path treasure. Its power is amazing, and it can explode with extreme, penetrating power. Each pearl contains a different power of the magical gold. He didn't expect this thing to be a celestial, venerable spirit treasure, but when separated, it can only be regarded as a high-grade, heavenly path treasure. Even so, only when gathered together could it be regarded as a real treasure. One could not be used at all. Moreover, this was an object with an owner. How could it be used so casually? Perhaps it could be used as a brick. Yes, this is the treasure I got. I don't know what it is used for, Region Master Liuli said in a low voice. Glazed Region Master said in a low voice, but it seems like it's a very important existence. Perhaps it's the key to reaching the sixth level. The key to reaching the sixth level can't be reached before? Tianyin was puzzled. Yes, the sixth level can't be reached at all. The entrance is tightly shut, but the fifth level is enough for us to wander around blindly. There are many treasures here, provided that you can find them. Region Master, Liuli looked around. The difference between the fifth and fourth level was that there was a large forest. These forests were formed by the power of the magical gold, but they were not as fierce as the fourth level. They would constantly attack. It was really like a tree staying there, not causing them any harm. Then let's go to the sixth level and try to see if we can enter. Tianyin thought for a moment. There was no point in staying here. It was better to go to the sixth level. Chapter 1297. As the colored glaze region master flew over with Tianyin, their speed suddenly soared. Tianyin followed closely beside them, not leaving any trace of him falling behind. The colored glaze region master took a quick look. Sure enough, it wasn't an illusion. Tianyin could really reach such a speed. The astonishing speed was far from what the Lord of Heaven could compare with. This way, there was an excellent advantage, and that was to deceive the other party and lower their vigilance. When attacking, it would have the element of surprise. The entrance to the sixth floor is in front, the colored glaze region master reminded. Shortly after passing through a forest, a large door appeared before his eyes. This door looked extremely peculiar, with 10 grooves on it. This situation immediately reminded him of the name of the pearl, the 10 Lives Pearl. It was just enough to fit in 10 pearls. After stuffing the pearls in, the door should open. In front of this door, there were already many cultivators gathered. They were basically divided into 9 groups. They didn't look like good people, and their cultivation was tyrannical. Among them, there were a few who were half-step heavenly venerables. Although they were covered in masks, Tianyin could immediately guess that these people must be the region masters of some celestial realm. Just like the colored glaze region master, they were here to search for treasures or to cultivate. They were stuck at the half-step heavenly venerables level, so they needed to absorb the power of a heavenly venerables and comprehend the power of a heavenly venerables. However, they couldn't go up, so they could only go around in circles on the 6th floor. Now that they had this special pearl, they immediately saw some hope. "Are you the owners of the pearl?" One of the strong men stepped forward. He had the power of a half-step heavenly venerables. As soon as he took a step forward, an incomparably tyrannical aura pressed down on them. This was to make the newcomers feel pressured. If they were the owners of the pearl, they should stay here obediently. If they weren't, they should hurry up and get lost. "That's right, we are the owners of the pearl." The colored glaze region master waved her hand and bounced the invisible pressure away. Everything looked so casual. "Your cultivation is not bad." Sir God, Lu Yuan's gaze turned serious. When he saw Tianyun's cultivation level, he frowned. He even brought a child of the Lord of Heaven level. Everyone here was a divine lord. There was no Lord of Heaven. The 6th floor no longer had anything to do with the Lord of Heaven, so he could go wherever he wanted. Coming here was a dead end. The 6th level did not seem to be dangerous, but it was actually filled with hidden dangers. It didn't seem as dangerous as the 4th floor, but before Tianyin could reach it, he was attacked by the power of the illusory gold. The 6th level was the chaotic power of the illusory gold. It was gentle at times and violent at others. If one couldn't control it, one would be ruthlessly sliced by the power of the illusory gold. This has nothing to do with you, right? The region lord of colored glaze looked indifferent. She raised her eyes and glanced at the gate in front of her. Compared to this, it's enough that we are the owners of the orb. That's true. Sir God Lu Yuan stood to the side and said, "Now, all of us are owners of the orbs. I believe all of you can see this gate. According to the treasure, there are exactly 10 orbs, just enough to stuff them in. If I want to stuff the gate full, the gate should open. Let's put it this way. Every owner of the orb should embed the orb one by one. The rest of you should stand further away. That should be fine, right? The orbs had to be stuffed in. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to open. Hence, if anyone wasn't willing to stuff the orbs in, the gate would never open. We have no objections. We have no objections either. All of them said that they had no objections. They were divided into 9 groups. There weren't many of them, about 3 or 4 of them. That was more or less enough. Being able to work together was the key, not the number. If there were too many of them, or if their cultivation levels were too low, or if they couldn't work together, it would be meaningless. None of them had any objections. The other 2 half-step heavenly venerables didn't have any objections. If the remaining 2 had any objections, they would undoubtedly be uncooperative. I have no objections to. Region Master Colored Glaze didn't think much and immediately agreed. So many of them had agreed. If she didn't agree, she would be too cautious. After agreeing, Sir God Lu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Since I started it, I'll be the one to release it first." Then, Sir God Lu Yuan walked to the gate and took out the orbs to put them in order. There was a mark on the gate. For example, the one in his hand was 3. Hence, he had to put it in the number 3 groove. Soon after, he easily and perfectly stuffed it in. It was just the right fit. After Sir God Lu Yuan was done, he turned and returned to his camp. They were roughly 10 miles away from the gate. The range of 10 miles was very short. With their cultivation levels, they didn't even need a blink of an eye to reach it. Even so, as they were at the same distance, it would be reasonable for them to take back their items or do other things. With Sir God Lu Yuan taking the lead, there would be another person following. The 10 lives pearl was a good item. However, no matter how good it was, it might be of a higher level. To take the 10 lives pearl and run away was no doubt throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. It was a huge loss. Plus, there were so many people watching. How could they run away after taking the item? Very soon, they took turns to put the orbs in. It was Region Master Colored Glaze's turn. She nodded at Yi Tianyin and went to the gate to put the orb in. After it was put in, the entire gate gave off a faint light. Then, the light became more and more dazzling. They couldn't help but squint their eyes. Region Master Colored Glaze followed the rules and quickly retreated to Yi Tianyun's side. No matter what, they had to stay 10 miles away. It was the rule that had been set earlier. After a while, the gate opened slowly. What came into sight wasn't any special environment, but a space-time formation. No one knew where it led to. However, at that moment, Sir God Lu Yuan immediately rushed forward and came to the gate. He took down his own orb first. After he took down his own orb, he took another orb. He was about to snatch it. Once the gate opened, it would definitely be the time to snatch it. It wasn't just Sir God Lu Yuan. The moment the gate opened, everyone pounced forward and increased their speed to the maximum in order to snatch the 10 lives pearl. In terms of speed, all of you are too inexperienced. Sir God Lu Yuan sneered. He was so generous mainly because he was confident in his speed. After all, he had the rock bloodline. He had an absolute advantage in speed. Otherwise, why would he be so generous? I think you are too inexperienced. Chapter 1298. The one who snatched the 10 lives heavenly jewels from Sir God Lu Yuan was Yi Tianyin. When the door was opened, he rushed over quickly to snatch the 10 lives heavenly jewels. He could tell that they were a bunch of people with ulterior motives. They looked fair and just, but they didn't believe him when he said he was fair and just while wearing a mask. As expected, when he rushed over, Sir God Lu Yuan started snatching. Not only him, but the other Sir Gods also rushed over. However, their speed was too slow, much slower than Yi Tianyin and Lu Yuan Divine Lord. So they didn't even have the chance to snatch it, but Yi Tianyin and Lu Yuan Divine Lord had already snatched several of them. Put it down! A half-step, heavenly master behind, Yi Tianyan shouted loudly and tried to slap Yi Tianyan's face. But Yi Tianyan was stopped by a beautiful blue figure. She waved her ribbons in front of Yi Tianyan and collided with the palm. Pum! Both of them retreated. The one who protected Yi Tianyan was undoubtedly Glei's region master. Her speed wasn't as fast as Yi Tianyan and the rest, but she wasn't much slower than the other half-step heavenly masters. If you want to snatch his things, you have to ask me first. Glei's region master said coldly. The half-step heavenly master didn't say a word and immediately rushed to the side to snatch the next 10 lives' heavenly jewels. If they continued to be long-winded, they might not even be able to earn a single one. As for the late-stage Sir God, it was tragic. When they arrived, there were only a few left. All of them had been snatched by Yi Tianyan and the rest. Without the cultivation of a half-step heavenly master, they were nothing here. They could only be at the bottom. From the beginning, they were just cannon fodder. They were just here to take a look. After Yi Tianyan snatched 5, he quickly returned to Glei's region master side. He dragged Glei's region master and flew forward. Let's go! He didn't stay for long. There were so many experts here. If he stayed too long, he would be intercepted. By then, no matter how many pearls there were, they would still be snatched. The glazed region lord did not struggle. She completely followed Yi Tianyan's actions and rushed into the door. It was the same for Sir God Lu Yuan and the rest. They had more or less gotten 1 or 2 10 lives heavenly jewels. However, Yi Tianyan had gotten the most. Sir God Lu Yuan had gotten 3. As he possessed the bloodline of rock, he could only get 3. It was a humiliation. Furthermore, he had lost to an expert of the Lord of Heaven. This was the greatest humiliation of all humiliation. The other 2 were taken by 2 half-step heavenly venerates. As for the other groups of people, they had nothing in their hands. However, they could only bite the bullet and rush into the dimensional rift together. Since they couldn't get any treasures, they could only rush into the dimensional rift together. Who knew when the void gate would close? Thus, if he could enter, he would hurry. When they entered, they immediately felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on them from all directions, making it difficult for them to breathe. This pressure is too strong. Let's go. They couldn't withstand it at all. They had to leave immediately. Even if they were late-stage Sir God, they couldn't stay there any longer. It was different from the power of golden mirage that they comprehended previously. The moment they entered, they felt a terrifying pressure. It was obviously an offensive power. It wasn't like the ownerless, celestial, venerate power from before. Some of them didn't believe it and continued to fly forward. What they saw wasn't a good place at all. It was filled with yellow sand. However, it wasn't any ordinary yellow sand. It was the golden sand that was condensed by the power of golden mirage. When it blew over, it was enough to lift their flesh. Ah, ah, ah! Just then there was a scream. The Sir God who forced his way out was swept away by the golden sand and disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of blood. No one knew where he went. At least, they couldn't feel any signs of life. They were most likely dead. They died immediately after being swept by the golden sand tornado. Wasn't its power a little too terrifying? At that moment, many of the cultivators who had forced their way in noticed the situation of the cultivators who had come in first, especially those with 10 life heavenly jewels. They had a thick protective shield around their bodies that could protect them from any harm from the tornado. A gust of strong wind blew past. They only swayed a little. Apart from that, they didn't suffer any injuries. The 10 lives heavenly jewels were like the pass to the 6th level. Without it, there would be danger everywhere. Now, there were only 4 groups of cultivators who had the 10 lives heavenly jewels. The remaining 6 groups either fled or forced their way in. D**MN. The jewels have been snatched away. If we want to go in, we have to get the jewels. But how can we snatch the jewels? Our speed isn't as fast as theirs. Moreover, they have already entered. We can't catch up. Can we only return the way we came? D***MN. They were filled with indignation. Some of them were afraid of death, so they could only return the way they came. Otherwise, if they really died here, especially if the space-time door closed, they wouldn't be able to get out. Some of them didn't plan to go back. They planned to first control the power of the Golden Mirage and adapt to the environment here. Just like before, as long as they could control the power of the Golden Mirage, it would be equivalent to becoming half the owner of this place. Just as they were considering, the space-time door closed with a whoosh and could no longer be opened. Those cultivators who wanted to give it a try immediately revealed looks of despair in their eyes. No. They pounced towards the space-time door, but what they pounced on was a sea of golden sand. There was nothing there. If they wanted to go back, they could only walk forward and find the exit. This was the tragedy of not having the 10 lives heavenly jewels. With the 10 lives heavenly jewels, the situation was much better. After Tianyin and Glaze Region Master escaped in, they immediately felt the 10 lives heavenly jewels emit an endless stream of light to protect them. However, it was only to protect one person. Only by giving away one of the 10 lives heavenly jewels could they protect Glaze Region Master. This meant that 10 lives heavenly jewels could only protect one person. It couldn't be used in batches. Fortunately, you snatched more. Otherwise, only one person could enter. The environment here is too harsh. The power of the golden sand that blew over is comparable to an extremely powerful attack from a late-stage divine lord. Glaze Region Master observed the surroundings. They had already run into the vicinity of a sand dune. Leaning against the sand dune, they examined the surroundings. After entering a new environment, they had to examine the surroundings. There was no point in running around blindly. I know that this thing must be very important. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been left here and made us bring it in. Tianyin smiled. Moreover, no matter what, these are all superior grade heavenly Dao treasures. We definitely have to snatch them. Glaze Region Master rolled her eyes at him. After thinking for a moment, she said gratefully, "This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to turn back." Chapter 1299. What are you talking about? If you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have been able to come to such an interesting place. Tianyin observed his surroundings. This area meant that he could find more treasures. Maybe he could even find the magical gold core. That way, his foundation for the next planet would be guaranteed. You don't have to call me Domain Lord. Just call me Azure, Azure Region Lord said with a smile. This, Tianyin was stunned. His status had risen so quickly. Usually, only those who are at the same level of cultivation or friends would address each other in such a manner. Don't worry about it. I believe you know that people with similar cultivation levels call each other that way, right? Azure Region Lord said. Your cultivation level is only at the Lord of Heaven's level, but your overall level is comparable to mine, so we can call each other friends. Strength was the most important thing. One moment, one might call someone an elder. The next moment, one might call oneself a senior. As long as one's cultivation level was high enough, the way they addressed each other could change at any time. If one's cultivation level was lower, they would call him senior. If one's cultivation level was similar, they would call him fellow cultivator. If one's cultivation level was higher, they would call him senior or lord. Here, only cultivation level mattered, not age. This was the principle of the accomplished are the teachers. Then I'll be so bold as to call you Sister Lioli. I can't just call you Lioli, Qin Wanru said. Tianyin scratched his head in embarrassment. He had always called her that. Suddenly changing it was a bit awkward. Calling me Elder Sister Azure is not bad. I'll recognize you as my younger brother. Azure Region Lord squinted and smiled. She liked Tianyin more and more. She didn't expect to find a treasure. She had found a peerless genius. Although she didn't know how he cultivated, she only cared about the results, not the process. As long as he could reach this level, the Heavenly Spring region would have more confidence. Speaking of which, where should we go next? Onion looked around. Besides the golden desert, there was nothing else. Everything was barren. There were no road signs or signs. It was a dead end. If there were demonic beasts here, perhaps he could catch one or two and let them lead the way. He had done this kind of thing many times, but there was nothing here. It was empty. The only living beings were probably the cultivators who came in. The colored glaze region master turned her head and looked around. She frowned. I really don't know where to go. Without any instructions, it seems like we can only fly forward and take a look. The pearls in their hands did not have the slightest direction to speak of. They could only play the role of protection. Soon after, they began to fly aimlessly. As they flew, all they saw was the golden desert. Apart from that, there were no other changes. Occasionally, a golden sandstorm would attack them, causing them to sway in the wind. Fortunately, they had the protection of the pearl. Otherwise, they would have been in trouble. It seemed like there was no problem for the time being, but if they were to be trapped here for a long time, they would also face a huge problem, and that was that their energy would be depleted. Flying casually was a waste of energy, and maintaining the barrier released by the orb also required energy. Before this, it was impossible to use the pearl. However, after entering this place, it was possible to use the pearl, but it was only used to form a shield. Over time, without absorbing any energy, it would definitely run out of energy. This place was filled with the power of magical gold, but they could not absorb any of it, let alone replenish their energy. Unless they cultivated the power of magical gold, they would not be able to stay here for too long. Of course, they could not stay here for too long. It was calculated in terms of tens of thousands of years. They had many elixirs in their storage rings. After so many years, they did not have to worry about running out of energy. However, if they did not return for too long, the Heavenly Spring Divine Realm would definitely be in a mess. Onion did not know if the teleportation godstone would be effective here. Anyway, teleportation would not work here. If they wanted to teleport out of this statue, they had to at least know where the exit line of the statue was. They had no clue, and they could not escape even if they wanted to. There is no change at all. It seems like we are really trapped here, the colored glaze region master said in a low voice. Onion lowered his head to look at the pearl in his hand. He said indifferently, Sister Glaze, did you think of something when this thing appeared? Death? The colored glaze region master thought of something. That's right, death, Onion said in a low voice. For this thing to appear suddenly, it seems like the qualified cultivators are arranged to come in for the test. If they do not pass, this thing will descend to the 5th level again. At that time, the person who snatches it will be qualified to open the door and come in. According to what you said, only 10 people can come in to take the test, the colored glaze region master guessed. I think so. If all 10 people die, or all the participants die, then everything will have to start again. Onion shook his head. That's the best explanation. It didn't appear all of a sudden, but because the previous group of contestants died, it only appeared now. This time, the colored glaze region master was silent. Thinking about it carefully, it was really like what Onion said. It was not a treasure that fell from the sky, but a test for them. However, the maximum number of people was limited to 10. As for how many people would survive in the end, it was not clear. It seems like that should be the case. If we want to get the upper-level Celestial Master's treasure, we can only risk it. The colored glaze region master followed Onion and continued to fly forward. Very soon, a few voices came into view. The other 3 batches of people were gathered together, and they seemed to be discussing something. Among them, there were some Sir Gods, and they were resisting the golden sand outside in pain. They did not have the 10 lives heavenly jewel, so they could only resist with their bodies. As soon as they appeared, the group of people focused their attention on them. At the same time, Sir God Lu Yuan sent a voice transmission to them, My two friends. I wonder if you could come over to discuss something? Tianyin and the colored glaze region master looked at each other. In the end, they flew down. It was not a solution to just keep flying. When they went down, they focused their attention on Tianyin. Many of the cultivators were jealous, and they wanted Tianyin to hand over the 10 lives heavenly jewel. They wanted to hide in a storage space or something like that. Later on, they realized that it was sealed and they could not enter at all. The items could be taken out, but people could not enter. This meant that it was impossible to avoid the rules. They could only use the 10 lives heavenly jewel to protect themselves. There was no other way. Chapter 1300. What do you want to talk about? The domain master stepped forward and asked. The others looked at the domain master. It seemed that the domain master had the right to speak, so they shifted their gazes back to her. It's simple. Can you lend us a few precious pearls? Our companions won't be able to bear it if this continues. One of the half-step heavenly venerables stepped forward. His name was Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor. Although he was a half-step heavenly venerate, he was still a divine emperor. Hence, he had to be addressed as such. No. What does it have to do with us? If we don't have it, will you give it to us? The domain master retorted. If they were in her shoes, would they really give one to her? Don't even think about it. Even if you die, you won't give half a pearl. Why would she help someone who was not related to her? After helping, she might even stab them in the back. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Her words left them speechless. They didn't know how to refute. It's useless to take more. Can't you give us a few more? We'll give you a reward in exchange for it. We'll borrow it temporarily. Along the way, we can advance and retreat together. Isn't that great? Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor said with a smile. Advance and retreat together? That's funny. If you want the precious pearls, that's not a problem. As long as you swear an oath, you'll advance and retreat together with us. You'll protect us and never attack us from behind. We'll have priority in choosing the treasures. As long as you swear an oath, we'll give you a precious pearl immediately. The domain master said sternly. Her words stunned Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor. If he swore an oath like that, would he still need to play around? It was equivalent to being their bodyguard. This Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor would never agree. He just wanted to test whether the domain master would believe him or not. Now it seemed that those who could enter were not fools, especially those who had cultivated to this level. How could they still be so stupid? You have nothing to say? If you don't agree, please shut up obediently, the domain master said coldly. Humph! Heaven-Ripping Divine Emperor's eyes turned cold. How could he accept being scolded by a woman? Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yuan Divine Emperor stepped forward. That's enough. Stop arguing. Now that all of you are gathered here, we can share the results of our discussion. The Lu Yuan Divine Lord stepped forward and advised, let's not talk about the orb. Let's talk about how to use the orb first. We've been circling around here for a long time, but we've found that we're just going in circles. We think that this should be an extremely high-end illusion, and we can't get out of here at all. After thinking about it, perhaps only these pearls can lead the way. If it's just one, it might not have any effect. If we take them all out, it might have the effect of leading the way. Sir God Lu Yuan's analysis was clear and logical, causing the eyes of the domain lord and the others to light up. They had to admit that this was indeed a possibility. If they did not cooperate, the 10 orbs would not be able to gather together, let alone open up a passageway. Although he didn't know if it would work, it seemed that this was the only chance. However, Divine Lord Lu Yuan appeared to be a nice guy, but he was very calculating and scheming behind the scenes. If one was not careful, they would be plotted against. This was just like when he opened the door earlier. At the beginning, he spoke clearly and innocently. Who would have thought that, as soon as the door opened, he would immediately come to snatch the orbs? Even so, they still had to try. Otherwise, they would not know how to get out of here. The other half-step, Heavenly Master, had not spoken since the beginning. He acted alone, releasing a cold and gloomy aura all over his body, as if he was an ice sculpture. Without a doubt, he cultivated the ice attribute. Naturally, he would be cold and not good at talking. The Domain Lord and Yi Tianyin looked at each other, then nodded and said, "All right, let's give it a try." Immediately, they took out their orbs. Yi Tianyin and the others took out the most, a total of 5 orbs, which took up half of the total, making the others extremely jealous. However, they could only be jealous and did not dare to simply snatch them. Yi Tianyin's speed was obvious to all. Some of them could not catch up with him. Moreover, the Domain Lord was beside him. How could they dare to act rashly? After he took out his jewel, the others did the same. When all the jewel had been taken out, all the jewel suddenly resonated with each other. A beam of light spread out from each other to form a net of light. There's hope. Their eyes lit up. They did not expect it to be true. Only by doing this could they lead to the next route. Just as they were rejoicing in their hearts, the 10 pearls suddenly flew forward, breaking free from their hands and flying forward. Then, the 10 orbs gathered again, forming a huge orb. It was the Heavenly Venerate spiritual treasure, the 10 lives heavenly jewel. Suddenly, they lost their protection and felt a power that could tear everything apart drill into their bodies. However, they could withstand it. They did not have time to check their own bodies and immediately chased after the 10 lives heavenly jewel. After this thing gathered together, it immediately flew forward at an extremely fast speed. It didn't wait for them at all and just flew forward on its own. Without a doubt, the 10 lives heavenly jewel was leading them to the next entrance. The prerequisite was that they could catch up and not get lost. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Not only would they lose their orbs, but they would also be trapped here. Quick, quick, quick! They wished they had an extra leg. Their speed was really too slow. The 10 lives heavenly jewel was really fast. It covered thousands of miles in an instant. Some divine sovereigns who were not fast enough fell behind immediately. In addition, they were constantly disturbed by the illusory gold power, so they could not keep up with their speed. At present, only the 4 half-step heavenly venerates and Yi Tianyin could keep up with them. "You're still too slow. I'll take you with me." Yi Tianyin did not wait for the glazed territory lord to react. He pulled her into his arms, and the phoenix bloodline in his body immediately erupted. A huge phoenix phantom bloomed behind him. His speed suddenly increased by 300 times. In addition to the evil Lord of Heaven set on his body, his speed also increased. With a whoosh, the 3 half-step heavenly venerates were pulled apart, scaring them silly. F***CK. He can still be faster? Divine Sovereign Lu Yuan had already displayed the power of the Kuan Peng bloodline. How could Yi Tianyin be faster than him? The Kuan Peng bloodline was definitely faster than the Phoenix bloodline. However, Yi Tianyin directly increased his speed by 400 times. Even if his foundation was lower than theirs, he would still be faster than them under the 400 times berserk speed. However, he was only faster by a little and did not exceed them by much. This was the tragedy of having a low cultivation. Even so, they were still deeply shocked, including the glazed territory lord. Chapter 1301. Yi Tianyin's speed was top-notch. He might not be able to pull away from them, but he was faster than them and could keep up with the speed of the 10 lives heavenly jewel. At the same time, the golden sand swept over from all directions, surging more and more. At this time, the colored glaze region master waved the blue ribbon in her hand, forming a thick wall of ribbons around them, protecting them tightly. The golden sand that came over time and time again was rebounded back. Although the consumption was high, if they were too frugal, it would be courting death. The others were envious when they saw the situation. 2 people working together was better than 1 person. They had to run and block the golden sand at the same time. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, but they could only do so. Who would have thought that the 10 lives heavenly jewel would suddenly run away, leaving them unprotected? Luckily, their cultivation levels were not low. Otherwise, they would have been swept away by the golden sand after running for a while. Those with high cultivation levels were still okay, but those with low cultivation levels were long gone. Half-step, heavenly venerables couldn't even run with them. If they were any slower, they would be trapped here. If they couldn't find the 10 lives heavenly jewel, they would all die here. Hence, no one cared about their companions. As for carrying them and running, that was too difficult. They weren't like Tianyin, who could be so fast while carrying someone. If they carried someone, their speed would definitely be greatly reduced. Hence, they could only choose to give up. In such a harsh environment, they could either die together or live on their own. The key was that the people they brought along wouldn't be as capable as Glaze Region Lord, who could help to block the golden sand. With their strength, it would be good enough if they could protect themselves. How could they help? This was the cruel reality. The group of God Lords gradually disappeared, left far behind, and finally merged with the golden sand. Luckily, we didn't let the other elders come, or we wouldn't be able to bring them along. Glaze Region Lord looked at the abandoned God Lords without any sympathy. She just thought that if their elders came, they wouldn't be able to keep up. If the other elders came together, the best way would be for me to chase and then come back for you. Tianyin smiled faintly and said, "There will always be a way. Only a heartless person would not consider such things." Glazed Region Lord was startled. She looked at Tianyin and smiled but didn't say anything. She believed that Tianyin would do that, but it would be too troublesome. Following that, Tianyin continued to rush forward with Glaze Region Lord in his arms. Along the way, all sorts of illusory gold powers attacked them. With the cooperation of Tianyin and Glaze Region Lord, they blocked wave after wave of attacks. Without a doubt, this stage tested them on the impact of the power of illusory gold. Without protection, the difficulty increased exponentially. Plus, he didn't know where the end was. He just needed to keep following it. The 10 lives heavenly jewels did not have any humanity in them at all. They simply charged forward without increasing their speed. However, just maintaining their original speed was more than enough to give them a hard time. They are really fast. If their cultivation levels were lower, they definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. Tianyin said in a low voice, or rather, if they aren't half-step to heavenly venerables or have shocking speed, they would probably die along the way. Yes, this might be a form of screening. The jewels are qualified to enter, but whether they can completely possess the jewels is another matter. Glaze Region Lord shook her head and said, "The later stages will definitely be more and more dangerous. No wonder there has been no news of anyone obtaining the heavenly venerate's inheritance. Just these tests alone are enough to make one fail." Tianyin nodded. He didn't slow down at all as he continued to chase. Following closely behind him were Sir God, Lu Yuan, and the rest. They didn't fall too far behind. Their total distance was less than 100 meters. Tianyin was faster than them, but not by much. Unless his cultivation level broke through again, then his speed would probably far surpass theirs. Imagine if a first-level Sir God had a speed increase of 300 to 400 times. He would definitely be the fastest person below Sir God. In such a state, they chased for a few days before the 10 lives heavenly jewels entered space. Tianyin hugged Liuli Domain Lord and went inside without hesitation. The rest of the Sir Gods rushed in one after another. After they entered, the space-time door didn't last for too long. Very soon, it disappeared completely. After Tianyin rushed in, he immediately felt that the environment in front of him had changed completely. What he saw was no longer a sea of gold, but towering trees and all sorts of spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs. The most crucial thing was that Glaze Region Lord who was in his arms had been teleported away for some unknown reason. Similarly, there was no one around. It seemed that she had been teleported away when she passed through the space-time door. It seems that they have separated to other places. Just as Itianyan was thinking about what was going on, there was a ray of light above his head. He looked up and saw the 10 lives, heavenly jewels, floating in the air. With a bang, it exploded in the air. It turned into 10 rays of light that bloomed in all directions and landed in different places. What a scam! We have to look for these lousy things again. Itianyan felt helpless. Although there weren't any rules, it seemed that they had to collect the 10 lives heavenly jewels. Otherwise, how were they going to proceed? Unless the 10 lives heavenly jewels disappeared. Now that they were scattered all over the place, there was no doubt that they had to search for them slowly. Forget it. Let's find Sister Glaze first. Itianyan took out the evil spirit wheel and placed Glaze Region Lord's items in it. Then, there was a guiding force for him to search. Spiritual consciousness was useless here, as it couldn't probe far. However, the effect of the evil spirit wheel was still there. He could still find people here. This level should be an attempt to separate us. But there's no point in that. Itianyan quickly followed the guiding force and went to find Glaze Region Lord. With this thing in hand, he could easily find her. He didn't have to wander around blindly. Having one more person was better than fighting alone. Actually, he could do it alone. However, since Glaze Region Lord was here, they definitely had to move together. With his speed, he quickly approached the region where Glaze Region Lord was. There weren't any problems along the way. There was no danger, nor were there any demonic beasts attacking. Just when he thought that everything was fine, a petite demon fox suddenly rushed out in front of him. There was blue fur on her body, and she looked very beautiful. As soon as she saw him, she attacked him without any hesitation. Itianyan quickly dodged to the side. Then, the other party lashed out with a whip. The thick blue whip lashed over with enough power to split mountains and rivers. He quickly dodged at an even faster speed. At the same time, he observed where Glaze Region Lord was. However, the evil spirit wheel in his hand was pointed at this demon fox.